Does that sound okay? Good, good. Okay, let's just check it out. Okay, since it's afternoon and everybody got a lot of prasadam and very sleepy, this special program will be part of our divine trance meditation. Means like sleeping meditation. So just a little music to wake up. Uh, that's okay. I'll see how a microphone works. Yeah, we'll check it out. Shri Krishna Govinda Hari Murari Enata Narayana Vasudeva
Shri Krishna Govinda Hari Murari Enata Narayana Vasudeva
Shri Krishna Govinda Hari Murari Enata Narayana Vasudeva.
Shri Krishna Govinda.
Okay, good. So just checking sound. All right. So I want to thank everyone, especially the team of Soquel devotees, to conduct this wonderful event. We've been here several times, and it's a great pleasure to see how our community is expanding in a deep-rooted way. We have children, grandchildren, the veterans, the pioneers, and their children, and children of their children. So that means Krishna consciousness, one way or another way, taking deep root in our world. It takes different forms, different shapes, but still the principle of Krishna consciousness is one. And when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was asked, what is Krishna consciousness? What should we do? He said, Mathura Vas, to stay in Mathura, Bhagavad Shravan, Arche Mursiya Seva Nama Sankirtan. They said, well, it's very difficult to stay in Mathura, Vrindavan. It's very few souls can do that. Bhagavad Shravan means to hear from Bhagavat, Shrimad Bhagavad Katha, means also hear from pure Vaishnava. And Arche Murti Seva means worship the Murti, and Nama Sankirtan, with the Nama Sankirtan. So these are definitions of Mahaprabhu. But they told him that's not for everyone. It's very difficult to get in Kali Yuga. Then Mahaprabhu said, Jividoya Nama Ruchi Vaishnava Sivam. Jividoya means love and affection, compassion. Nama Ruchi, chanting holy name with the taste of, and Vaishnava Sivam, to worship devotees. So from one point of view, we can say that place Soquel has that incredible 5 aspects of Mahaprabhu. It's Mathuravas, means it's not different from Vrindavan. Why? Because Radha Krishna Mahaprabhu is here, and in their most amazing divine form, staying in, as Govinda Maharaj would mention, as their outside residence. Why? Because Krishna has a lot of opulence. Aishwarya. Krishna has 16,000 wives.
Bhakti, Bimal, Avadhut, Maharaj ki jai.
So for Krishna to have another place of 16,000 wives or so much gold and opulence, that's not exactly what Krishna wants. Remember, Krishna has big psychological problems because two Krishna born at the same time. One of Krishna in Mathura, who is Vasudeva, and one Krishna is original Krishna, Nandanandan. So the original Krishna, he wants to live with his parents, his friends, and want to make Yogamaya illusion that he's not so important here. Sometimes they think, oh, he might be personality of God, but most likely he's just my son. So when Brahma, taken Vimohan Leela, made mistake, he's stolen calves and cows of Krishna, but Krishna expanded himself into the calves and cows. And at that moment, every woman in Vrindavan that want Krishna to be her son, every cow that want Krishna to be her son, becomes so pleasantly fulfilled by divine ecstasy. Invisibly, Krishna took forms of their sons and cows. At that time, Brahma removed the cowherd boys and calves into his cave, so Krishna had an opportunity to expand himself to Vrindavan. And the desire of Krishna to expand was not to create some kind of a magic, to create invisible special effect that without knowing, oh, this person, why I love him so much, why I love my son so much, because instead of that, your son, Krishna, is now expanding. Oh, even the calves and the boys and girls, everything has been accepted by Krishna. This is very mysterious pastimes, because sometimes when we think, why Krishna want to live with his devotees just like the way he is? And you can understand here in Soquel by Srila Gurudev Mercy, we have that Krishna. So when first time I came to LA temple, they told me, oh, this is Dwarakadish and Rukmini. I said, who named that deity this way? And they said, oh, this Prabhupada. Then when I spoke with Goswami Maharaj, I said, why was that Prabhupada start worship of Narayan, Lakshmi Narayan? Because actually it says in scriptures, Krishna will never appear in front of you as original Krishna until you have special blessing of devotee. As Lakshmi Narayan, as the avatar and the source of Vaikuntha, he's accepting service. But as original Krishna, Nandanandan Krishna, Yashodanandan Krishna, very rarely in this world. So in this Soquel, we have that expansion of original Krishna, and by the grace of Vaishnavas and the Gurudev. Because otherwise Krishna will not reveal himself as original divine form. So some people may not know what's the difference. Okay, he's Krishna, that Krishna. As we say in Thailand, same but difference. Why? Because that original Krishna is the source of divine pleasure even for gods and goddesses. So when in Brihad Bhagavatamritam, Gopakumar, traveling towards different planes of reality, so we would appear to think like, oh, the Shiva Loka or Brahma Loka or Indra Loka, but he's going to all these lokas, and everything's fine. There's like opulence is there's nice prasadam, nice environment, but something is missing. And what is missing? Is simplicity of heart exchange. So Hridayana Vinugyato, there is simplicity of heart exchange. So according to Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Krishna says, Sarvadharma Paityaja Mamakam Sharanam Brajam. So Guru Maharaj explained, Sharanam Braja means Vrindavan. Why? Because only in Vrindavan you will get that proximity of being Krishna friend, Krishna's parent, Krishna's associate. Everywhere in the world you'll be separate through Krishna by Aishwarya, by the power, by the strength, by the glory. So Gopakumar is entering Vaikuntha and you see amazing, incredible presence of Krishna everywhere. I mean Vishnu, Narayan. And you see, oh, even the trees, it's expansions of Vishnu. Even the fly bugs and little bees, honeybees, they could be taking that form, like a devotee taking form of bee. You've heard of this going, right? Like honeybees running around, like, where's the honey? Like it's not ready yet, okay? So this like this. And, some other mystical things, because Sanatana Goswami explained, there's no ignorance in Vaikuntha. Here, everything is formed, different forms of ignorance. One is more ignorant or less ignorant than another one. But he said it's pure goodness, so that if anybody wants to become an insect in Vaikuntha, he's fully Purnam, fully conscious being. He's consciously accepting position, body of honeybee, and just like sometimes I want to be like that also, like give me some food, and you know what I'm talking about, Sorry. So, but when he's coming to Lakshmi Narayan pastimes, he see that just like we have Mela here, they also have little Mela, and Lakshmi Narayan is enjoying with devotees, and time to time, different devotees come on the stage and do their little performance. So suddenly there are so many mystical arts in Vaikuntha, as we know, described in the scriptures, and like our ladies, they know how to stitch and decorate and do so many amazing things. So these are all coming from Krishna, the quality of devotees, because devotees are habituated by beauty and ecstasy, and everything they do is amazing. So he sees some group of devotees with sticks, and they start dun daga dun daga dun, little simple dance with a stick. You see, like, hey, this is like our village. Remember, he's from Vrindavan. That's, my ancestors. That's what they do. I born with this, drum music. The hippie drum music. Sometimes, and they felt like, hey, the drums are calling, the ancestors are calling. But in this case, dan da da dan, and they dance with a stick, left, right, and they can jungle the sticks. So one time, my brother was so fortunate. He was with Govinda Maharaj and Govardhan, and my brother had a little camera, so he went to the roof to make a little view of Vrindavan. Then he saw Govinda Maharaj is coming, and Govinda Maharaj is coming with a stick, and he showed me that somewhere we have that footage, and then certainly Govinda Maharaj got into mood of Govardhan, and Govinda Maharaj started throwing his sticks and fighting with the trees. And for some time, because no one was there, he's like a child. And then he thought maybe somebody watching him, and he go back and walk with a stick. So that was like captured by my brother, and I can understand there's something divine. The mood of Vrindavan. It's not just, everything. It's like you are becoming the part of that divine mood, because everything is about mood. And so Gopakumar saw this wonderful cowherd boys dancing with the sticks and enjoying so much, and he just started dancing with them, naturally. Then when the performance finished and everybody kind of left, Lakshmi Narayan called him, said, please come over here. Who are you? What's your name? What's your name? What's your father's name? What's your mother's name? Where are you coming from? Indian classical thing. And then Gopakumar expressed himself. And Lakshmi Narayan said, are you happy here in Vaikuntha? Like, are you okay? Everything is here fine? And he said, yeah, it sounds amazing, but, you're missing something. What are you missing? He said, actually, I love this dance. I don't know where these people are coming from. That's my music. That's my sound. They said, this is from Goloka. This guy's touring. And so that means you're a Hare Krishna devotee. Yes, I am. So you like Krishna? Yes. So they show him Krishna. Lakshmi and Narayan become Krishna. And they start doing a little performance to him personally. And they said, how you enjoy it? How you like it? And you know what he said? Yeah, it's really amazing. I'm overwhelmed. But it's not as the same as in our village. Then they just told him, like, you got to go to Goloka. You're not belong here. That's not your plane. This Dwaraka, Vaikuntha, Aishwarya, it's not your domain. Go to Goloka. And that's where the Guru Maharaj began his search for Sri Krishna, where he's entering Golok Vrindavan and see these beautiful cowherd boys and coming dancing, and Krishna's embracing him and telling, like, where you were. I was looking for you. So what is the definition of that story? That is hard mood. So as we say, yes, you can see Rukmini Dwarkadish, it's divine. But I told one devotee, I said, but if Govinda Maharaj come, if pure Vaishnava come, he will not see Rukmini Dwarkadish. He will see Krishna. So there's a place, Guruvayur, in South India, where Guru and Vayu, Brihaspati and Vayudev, Pavanavayu, Hanuman, who is Madhvacharya and Murari Gupta and so many expansions, they established worship of the deity which were found after Dwaraka collapse. And that deity actually, Vishnu, four-head Vishnu, small deity, still is worshipped. So they brought that to a special pond where Shiva meditate, And Shiva appeared and said, this is the best place to worship that deity. So since then in Kerala, that Guruvayur temple was very famous. So in Gurudev time, I went there by his blessing. And it's actually also center of Ayurveda, near Trichur. It's a very mystical place. And for some mysterious moment, I entered the temple. They never allow white people, but for some reason, one day I came, I pray outside, and the guard called me in and said, go. And I went there and I saw it. It's a very small deity. I thought, wow, that's Vishnu deity. Why is it Guruvayur Krishna? They said, Guruvayur Krishna. And they told me, the history is this. When one great Vaishnava came, he did not see the four-headed. He only saw Krishna. So that means Mahaprabhu was told, wherever you are, you see Krishna everywhere. So where your heart is open for Krishna consciousness, whether it's, any expansions of divinity, but the devotee heart will be only fulfilled by Krishna. And the taste of devotees, inner bhajan, inner spiritual life, will be Krishna consciousness, fully Krishna consciousness. So Mamakam Sharanam Brajam also means there's nothing else, you will accept it. Because your heart will hanker towards Krishna consciousness. That means, what is Krishna consciousness? It's a particular relationship, taste of relationship. It's what sets in your heart. And where do you get that? So one time, I think Nityananda Prabhu went to Vrindavan, and he met Guru of Madhavendra Puri, who was Vallabha Tirtha, or just didn't came to my mind, but it was Guru of Madhavendra Puri. So we know that when Mahaprabhu met Keshava Bharati, Keshava Bharati wants to give Mahaprabhu sannyas. So Mahaprabhu asked him, are you willing to give me that mantra for the sannyas? So he first initiated Keshava Bharati. It's pretty much the same story happened with, I don't remember the name, I guess Vallabha Tirtha, or... So he was Guru of Madhavendra Puri. So he saw Nityananda Prabhu, so beautiful. And they embraced each other and he started crying. And Nityananda Prabhu said, please, Shripad, give me initiation, give me initiation. And he said, how can I give you initiation? You're God yourself. And he said, you see everywhere God. Everywhere you see God. So please give me that vision. I want it. Nityananda Prabhu was very sneaky. And he said, but what can I give you? He said, give me that Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, that Hare Krishna, that you give it to me. So Nityananda Prabhu giving him this bhav, this mood of Krishna consciousness, and immediately receive it back. And that's the secretly how we can connect with Guru Vaishnava, by accepting part of his divine heart and mood of worship. And in time, when some proper, service attitude will come, and, so many obstacles in our heart, but they will go on the side. Not that they will completely go. We all know that it's not that easy as we think, but that divine feelings of devotee, of devotion, will come to your heart. Hridayena vinugyato, that is, the heart will say. So this is very beautiful conception of Chaitanya Saraswat Mat, exclusive conception of Srila Govinda Maharaj and Srila Guru Maharaj. And Guru Maharaj is there to make sure that, as he said, I'll make sure no one is enter who's not qualified. But through Govinda Maharaj said, let me take them from the back door. Well, you are the guardian of devotion, but, keep the back door for me, otherwise... So Guru Maharaj said, okay, I'll sit on the front door, you do whatever you needed. So Govinda Maharaj came, and with his divine heart, he, conquer peoples with his mood and his bhav and his appreciation. And that's really how Krishna consciousness works, because it's not about our qualification, how that person qualified or another person qualified. We've seen a lot of qualified people, and they came and go, and whether other societies or our society, their qualification many times cause of the failure, because as more qualified you are, as more ego comes. And the more ego comes, the more trouble comes. And the normal way of discharging for Krishna consciousness is Vaishnava aparat that starts from Vaishnava criticism or based on your own greatness. So we know that is a very painful process, but it needed sometimes for someone to go through your own justification, because as Govinda Maharaj would explain, the failure on the spiritual path is part of perfection. And in fact, Govinda Maharaj always glorify religion of imperfection. He always established himself as a fallen soul, if you remember, and starting song Emana Durmati. And he said, when I came to Srila Guru Maharaj, I knew many Vaishnava songs, because my father was Guru of Nityananda Parivar. I was kirtan chanter, so I know many songs about Radha Krishna and even Mahaprabhu because of the Bengali culture. But when I came to Srila Guru Maharaj's lotus feet, he told me, you should open the Sharanagati songbook and learn the first songs of Sharanagati, which is Emana Durmati and Ki Jane Ki Bole. So Emana Durmati Samsara Vitare. And Govinda Maharaj would always open the meeting, amazing meetings, from that simple song of I'm fallen soul. I'm fallen soul, but I've been saved by the grace of my Guru and devotees. And Govinda Maharaj told me that, he said, that is the core key principle of proper attitude in Krishna consciousness. We are all fallen souls, but we're also saved. We've been saved. So sometimes Govinda Maharaj said, I know you're all fallen soul, but I feel you as a saved. So somebody asked me, oh, Avadhut Maharaj, how is that? We're fallen soul, but we've been saved. I said, in spiritual consciousness, there's no difference between time and space. See, we live in limited time and space. We can observe river flowing in one place of our senses, but river flowing itself. So if we go to, Rupa quadricopter and see the vision, we'll see the whole river is moving with everything. So just like in river of time, which is beyond physical and mundane perception, yes, one who came into connection with Mahaprabhu, he must be safe. Whether it's happened after billions of lives, of millions of lives, that's not the question. It's a question of maybe, maturity, spiritual maturity. So I thought, why is it Krishna does not like immature people like us? What's wrong with us? And then, see, things that I understood in Krishna consciousness came many years after. So I have a question, and then maybe in 10 years, Krishna answered this one question. I already forgot the question, but one time, I think I've read Madhvacharya commentary on some Mahabharata or Tatrayanatika Nirnaya. Very rare commentary. And that he said, Krishna does not like unripe fruit, because unripe fruit does not taste good. Nobody like green peaches or green, plums. Why? Because they're green, they taste bitter. So devotees just hearts like this unripe fruit. If it's not really mature by spiritual softness, it has no divine taste for Krishna. Krishna say, okay, you hang out as maybe low fruit, but you wait. And in time, if somebody is exposed to the sun, it's just, doesn't mean that if you do nothing, nothing will come. But in time of your spiritual practice and trying numerous times and failure and success and again failure, again success, at that time maybe some qualities will come by the grace of Vaishnavas. And then Krishna say, yes, this one is suffering so much and this one is heart becomes softened and this one develops some taste. Then I can accept that person. So this is a very secret conception because everybody wants quick, like, the Instagram Krishna consciousness. I just want to be like, I want to dress like devotee. But, in our songs we say, Chakudana Dila Jai Janme Janme Prabhu, say life after life. How can I do it life after life? So I'll tell you one interesting story which is published by Bhakti Thakur about his son. So as you know, Bhakti Thakur had many sons. not only Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati and Lalit Prasad, and one of his sons died. And he published in his magazine his life story. He did not mention, I'm disclosing you a story of my son. But who knew Bhaktivinoda Thakur, they understood as his son. He's talking about his son. So he said there was one wonderful Vaishnava family, one wonderful devotee who born, and up to certain age, he was, very happy, jolly mood person, but then suddenly he got very sick and mentally ill for maybe 10 years and suffered so much of mental depression. And stopped eating, lost weight, and suddenly started dying. That he was in his, 30s, maybe beginning of 40s. Then the family members got around him, started chant Krishna, Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And that family members started dying, and then he died. He passed away. And after some time, he resurrected again and started speaking. And he said, my previous life, I was a follower of Ramanuja Sampradaya Vaishnava. When some Mahaprabhu devotees came to our South India, because I was follower of Brahminical Vaishnavism rules and regulations very strictly, I thought, who is these people? I did not accept them. And I made some aparat offense. So my next life, I born in a Vaishnava, Gaudiya Vaishnava family. And I suffer my reaction. So now that after passing by, not only that I'm liberated from this reaction by the possibility of being born in a family of pure Vaishnava, but I'm also leaving this world. It was a very dramatic story that this young man, born as a son of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and almost 10 years he had complete depression and suffering. And that complete depression and suffering was cause of his Vaishnava aparat. But at the same time, Krishna was so kind and merciful that gave him chance to become a son of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, to be born in Vaishnava family. In a certain part of his life, he was, connect with the Bhaktivinoda Thakur deep, divine Krishna consciousness, which is, we know, beyond general Krishna consciousness, because his worshipable deity would be Gaur Gadadhar. And even the life of Bhaktivinoda Thakur was misery at certain part of his life, because he's born in a very wealthy family. His part of family was a king, relatives, and then he lived in an opulence place, and then catastrophe in his family and losing all the wealth, and he had to get a job. And one time Bhaktivinoda Thakur was working at a trade company, and they were, selling sugar. So one man bought 28 bags of sugar, but they load 27 on his, cart. And that man said, okay, and gone. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur discovered there's one bag of sugar left. So he chased that man, ran after that man, and said, you forgot one bag of sugar. So when the head of this company found out about that, he said, you don't need to work as a trader. Means like, hey, we could have just screwed somebody on a bag of sugar. Then Bhaktivinoda Thakur left that work, and his grandfather, who was mystic yogi, before dying, he told me, up to 28, you'll be suffering a lot. After 28, you'll be okay. And then Bhaktivinoda Thakur, at that moment, became a secretary of the, he just couldn't work in the trade, and he started looking for a government job, and eventually entered to the government service and become very highly recognized, in his career and time. Took several years, of course. So we would think, well, he's liberated soul. He's got so much, Krishna Prem in his heart. Why is that he's suffering from so many diseases in Vrindavan? Why is that his life is so rough? Why is that, he has opposition when he goes to Navadvip? And why is that, we have that many problems in our life. Actually, our problems compared to the life of great souls are very miser. But still, if we look at the devotees, like, remember Krishna Kanta in Italy, she got cancer. And then she almost like dying, and her father, doctor. But Gurudev in front of me said, I don't think Krishna will take away that girl from you. So Gurudev personally entered to her karma, and we know she was saved. And because she gave her life to Krishna, to Guru, then Gurudev said, why Krishna has to take her life? She's giving it to, she already doesn't have any material life. She's not like having a bunch of children or trying to enjoy life in Italy. So people like this we have in our mission, who's giving life to Srila Gurudev, and they actually achieve life. And that little sacrifice, spiritual sacrifice, which we think it's not so important compared to what my problems are. But Krishna knows who's sacrificing, which sacrifice, and what level sacrifice. And Krishna count everything, So life of service, as we used to say in Russian army, the soldiers sleep, but service is going. Means that's why I normally tell to people, when I sleep, my Seva is coming. Just now it is coming. And this morning, I barely went to sleep, like maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, couldn't sleep. And then after some time, I listened to this kirtan, and I thought, I'm pretty much present on the program in lying position, Dandavat, and I've heard all the songs and the bells, and I thought, like, how wonderful is to sleep on a festival where you, like, in your subconscious stage of mind, pretty much present on the program. But, I've been called for the lecture and for a couple of words, and I want to express my words of appreciation to all of you, because I haven't seen you, and, I had some realizations, different realizations after passing of Govinda Maharaj. And Govinda Maharaj told me many mystical things, and I could not understand. Because he told me through life certain things, and before leaving he told me two things. Actually, he had very clear prediction. When we were trying to work on Govinda Maharaj's will, which it did not get probate, but people don't know, Govinda Maharaj's will was quite interesting. It's not a legal document. He said, I was born, blah, 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 I came to my guru at the age of 16, and blah, blah, blah. He's like, Govinda Maharaj's will was like compassion, and in his story that he told, so he began his will story from his entering Chaitanya Saraswat Mat and passing out. And so when we showed that will to a lawyer, the lawyer said, that's not the will. It to be, a little bit edited and rewrite because it's a legal document. But even that was not easy to do. So Goswami Maharaj worked on some wishes of Govinda Maharaj. But, some wishes were truly his, some wishes was like accepted by Govinda Maharaj. So it was not like everything was totally accepted by Govinda Maharaj. But he knew, like, I need to get it on bottom line because... But I remember what he really wish. It was actually interesting. So Govinda Maharaj did not expect everything's perfect. His will was not about perfection, or his will, most people completely misrepresent what he wants. But he had some interesting things. And he told me, like, one thing is like, I cannot forget this in my mind. He told me, cooperate with those who are seeking cooperation. And I said, like, hey, that's an interesting thing. Because sometimes you think, well, what should I do? Who should I service? And he said very clearly, like, cooperate with those who are seeking cooperation. And then I said, yeah, make a lot of sense. If like this devotee seeking to do something together, that's the way. Because if he doesn't want to do something together, you can't force anybody to do. So Govinda Maharaj said like very interesting things. And then he also said very interesting things about Navadvip. And then he also said certain interesting things about certain people, which I've seen time happen. And then I understand, yeah, he had some divine vision. And I tell you one divine vision of Govinda Maharaj, which was amazing. So at the time of Govinda Kund construction, one day we came and Govinda Maharaj like speaking Bengali, and Acharya Maharaj like and like 20 people running around. Suddenly next morning we see like pumps and pipes, and they're taking water out of Govinda Kund. So within like few hours, it's like a lot of fish, and then some people coming and collecting the fish and run away. Like snakes run away. The fish is now eaten by local people, and Govinda Kund is just like, drowned place. And, and Govinda Maharaj is explaining, Acharya Maharaj is screaming and running around, and like a lot of people with shovels and tractors, and, Then suddenly they start putting up the Govardhan temple into the middle of Govinda Kund. And every time they try to plant the structure for the support of a temple, it doesn't work. Because it's just, nobody knows what's underneath. Then we all sitting together, and I said, Gurudev, I understand, in Bengal you do things in a particular way, but it might be the chance for us to bring like a good engineer and reconsider the way this foundation will be. Not that Gurudev did not know that, when he was doing gate of Govinda temple, Govinda Kund, if you remember, there was like a big hole inside, maybe 3 meters. And they asked, said, Gurudev, why is that so deep? And Gurudev said, the deeper hole, the better foundation, the stronger the structure. That's what he explained. I mean, it was like a spiritual thing. So your foundation has to be very deep. If there's not enough depth, your superficial Krishna consciousness will fall apart. So Gurudev looked at me and said, yes, we need to... I thought he's going to say, yes, Avadhut Maharaj, yes, we need to bring good engineer. He said to me, yes, we need to do Kurma Puja. So Gurudev did Kurma Puja, Kurma, and that foundation was settled. And another time, it was funny. So we were sitting with Acharya Maharaj, and I'm always thinking I have very bad thinking, because my thinking is always go to the edge. I said, we're dealing with corrupt lawyers, we're dealing with corrupt police, we're dealing with everybody corrupt. We need to know what they're doing. I said, yeah, just throw a few bugs here and there, the KGB would do that. We listen to all the conversation. And Acharya Maharaj said, no, we don't do that. We dress somebody as astrologer. Who come and tell me, let me see your hand. Oh, you're having big problems. This Indian way, you send somebody as astrologer and look at somebody palm reading, and he'll tell you everything he planned. I said, that's an interesting way, right? You don't have this listening, processing power. You have a guy who tell you exactly, make your phony predictions and look at your palm and let you speak and reveal everything what you want. It's an interesting way, in Bengali minds working. Absolutely different. So then we can understand Govinda Maharaj, he had different vision for many things. And although it appeared to be sometimes that his vision was maybe not structured in a particular way people do things in the West, but his vision was, core connected with ideas of Krishna consciousness. Like his will was not like when we showed the will to the lawyer, he looked at this and he said, it's not going to work. I said, why? He said, because will is like you basically have to say, okay, my cat is going to this, my dog is going, my car is going, and he said, this is like story of, it's a confession, it's the life story. But we said, we don't want to change it, we want to keep it, and maybe add some legal things, but this will is expressed when Govinda Maharaj expressed his desire, how he see us be in the future, how he see us going as a family. And, it was a big drama, actually. And, later I discovered so many things because at the very first meeting, I saw that, some people not on the same page. And later I discovered they will never be on the same page. But that tip that Govinda Maharaj told me, cooperate with those who are seeking cooperation. And sometimes when people are seeking cooperation, you cannot be supreme leader or supreme prima dancer. You just have to be a little tuned, humble, because people have a little different way of seeing things. They're not the same. Like I discovered, not everybody's think the way I do. I think different because to me, I have a different thinking of many things. But it does not mean that my thinking is like supreme or ideal. I said there, some devotees, they're just happy to do little what they can, it's real. It has to be real. And so sometimes when we think about success of community, of success of a temple, it's not how many people is there, it's not how opulent it is, it's just if you have inner team of inner dedicated souls. And so Soquel is one of our oldest community, I mean the only community I would say, where we have a high population of very special devotees who've been connected with Prabhupada and continue service for a long time. And in spite of all, unique personalities, without killing each other, like without becoming Yadu dynasty, who could kill each other in one Govinda Mela, without drinking a lot of chai or coffee, they're cooperating for Guru and Krishna, because Govinda Maharaj is here. So I asked one time Janardhan Maharaj. It's actually an interesting thing. I have to ask him. So one time we with Govinda Maharaj and Janardhan Maharaj was there. That was like a beginning days. And Janardhan Maharaj is like, he's a character. So he's asking Gurudev question. Why do we have to worship you? And like Gurudev interesting question. Like just somebody come and tell you like, hey, why do you have to worship you? What's about you? But Janardhan Maharaj, as we know, as much as he's a special character, he's got some core substance. So his question was like, okay, Prabhupada, we knew what Prabhupada did, all right? So Guru Maharaj, we know what's about you. So Govinda Maharaj gave very deep, explain why he has to be worshipped. It's not an easy question, but he did answer. I will ask one more time, Janardhan Maharaj, because I don't exactly remember everything word by word. I don't want to rephrase it in my own way. But basically, Govinda Maharaj explained his divine position. He had to explain sometimes why we need to be connected by, pure Vaishnava, why we need to be connected with that divine substance, why if we just go on our own with our own GPT chat brain, which we believe is, but we all know GPT is lying time to time. So yes, and GPS is also maybe not. GPS is better than GPT. So, and interestingly, there was discovery recently, which I was quite happy to hear. See, in alchemical human design, in Vedic human design, you have different brain, not one. But modern scientists discovered that heart has same cells as the brain cells. Kind of similar, which we know you have computer in your stomach, you have computer in your head, and you have heart. So projection of the heart is the soul. So soul is project on the heart. So this is, according to Ayurveda, is a place of rasa. So rasa is not just Madhurya rasa. Rasa is also a terminology for Mercury, for life, energy. Like rasa has, according to Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, very deep meaning. And Rasa Shastra, which we know the highest Rasa Shastra, is Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. It is alchemical book, because Sanatana Goswami, as you know, he produced gold for Mercury, because if you don't know, that our teachers knew how to do that, because he had the 400,000 golden coins. They didn't came from the sky. So Rasa Shastra, it's an alchemical book. But interesting way that some rasa has several samskaras, like 16 samskaras, which is representing Christianity. Remember, Christianity is now it's nothing but the example of alchemical resurrection. So first you have to get the original substance, then you have to purify it, then you have to kill it. And the most important part is resurrection. Actually, resurrection of rasa with Mercury comes with Tulsi. It's like last stage of resurrection, Tulsi is involved, and resurrection of because you're taking the energy and you have to bring it to original matter, original substance, which is spiritual substance, immortal substance, and that's why the glories of Tulsi is in Shiva Purana. As you understand, it's not Vishnu Purana, it's in Shiva Purana. Shiva speaks about glorious Tulsi, and people don't know how much Tulsi is powerful, how many is used in different yogic and mystical traditions. But we all know the most mystical aspect of Tulsi, and that's why we're wearing the Tulsi beads. It's very dear to Krishna. So when Radharani was asked, how did you get such an amazing devotion? Radharani said, I was just worshipping Tulsi. So we're worshipping Tulsi every day without thinking twice because we're simple-hearted people. So the first expert on Rasa Shastra was Abhinavagupta, who's the Kashmiri Shaiva, one of the greatest alchemists and mystic yogi of all time. But not only he was expert on resurrection of immortality, he was also expert on theatrical art. He was the first one who took Bharat Rishi Muni, Natyam Shastra, and gave his deep study of theatrical art. So since Rupa Goswami studied his work, he also did his own PhD on that, called Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So Abhinavagupta, interestingly, in his book describing, the highest rasa is Shanta. Why? And that's what one time Govinda Maharaj told me. I could not understand that meaning, but then after studying that stuff, I understand what he means. See, why is that Shanta rasa is so important in this world? Because you become an observer. So Shanta rasa means I withdraw, I observe things. Whether you observe politics or your children growing, or your uninvolved judgment. You have to take Shanta rasa, step back and observe things, then you can see things. If you're emotionally involved in business or conflict, you have to let it go and almost make everything Shanta rasa and say, okay, I'm an observer right now. So that's what Abhinavagupta means. But in spiritual world, Shanta rasa is the least strong position. The highest rasa is Madhurya rasa. Why? Because spiritual world is a positive world, the positive and progressive immortality, where Guru Maharaj has explained that in that spiritual realm, the only qualifications is your service and relationship with Supreme Krishna. Yes, yogis and trees and other beings, they're observing Krishna and they're involved in incredible joy. But what to speak about Krishna's mother, Krishna's father, Krishna's friends, and what to speak about Krishna beloved gopis. So that's why Rupa Goswami taking that Rasa Shastra and thinking, if I can combine this with the principle of immortality, with the alchemy, with the spiritual alchemy of transformation of your divine taste, that's how the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu born. And this is a very complicated book because from one point it's Bharat Rishi, the theatrical experience of our emotions, because our life is like drama. And that's why when I meet some, devotees said, how's your life drama going on? Oh, my life drama? I'm not there yet. I'm trying one more time. Looking one more like loving relationship, or looking one more way of over excite myself, and there's never that you will give up on search for love. And that's why our principle of divinity is loving search for Sri Krishna, as Guru Maharaj explained. So that reflection of our search for love in this world is actually a true search of Krishna. Because this permanent, conscious, connection with divinity, that's what we really need. But we're looking for that rasa outside of the realm of Krishna. We're thinking, I get rasa with this person, or with that beautiful girl, I get some more rasa, or I squeeze some juice here, or here I can squeeze my juice. I can get my green juice here and my red juice here. But finally, after tasting so many mundane juices, we will not be satisfied. Never will be satisfied. But in our spiritual core of our heart, we know there's a seed for divine rasa, which comes not from exploiting tendency, rather from our service tendency. So we do have a service tendency, which is, sometimes we think, I've been doing so much for devotees, I've done so much work, nobody told me thanks. I haven't got, I did not got even liberated what to speak about Krishna. We have this superficial judgments of ourselves, but Krishna doesn't. Everything is done, as Krishna saying in Gita, everything is done on this path, is eternal. but it will not be convert in your crypto Bhakti coin that easy as you think. You have to do a little bit more mining, deep mining in your heart. You have to mine manmana bhavamat bhakto mam yajni mam namaskuru. You have to go deep into that realm of Krishna consciousness. That's where you be able to discover your true wealth. And superficially, it may not be a lot, but it will be something real. So, and again, we can talk forever, because there are, when I start speaking with trees, and then some more people coming in and out, and porcupines, and deers, and finally devotees came, and Divya Shakti, she's a dancer, ready to dance. Yeah, come on, don't start, you always, she's an actress, like I know, she's like, oh, I'm so old, and then she's dancing like that. Stop posing. We know who you are. You're eternal being, blissful, full of love and affection. You're posing sometimes. That's by the nature of this drama. So in this drama, we have to go to the grandmother, stage and think, oh, now I'm grandmother, like, what should I do? But, Nyasimhar's already like grandfather. He's saying, I'm still alive, like, what's next? Or like I saw last night, Bimal, she's always serving. And she's Gurudev girl. You understand, it doesn't really matter what age she's always girl. To me, I'm younger than her, but I never think she's like senior lady. I think she's like a girl. Whatever, her mood, her attitude, her movement, she's like a girl. Like, she could be running with our girls and kids and be like one of them. Because her ever useful nature of service and attitude. And that's what we are appreciating in Krishna consciousness, because sometimes we are very superficially connected with our external position. But internally, none of us is what we think we are. That's why one time, Govinda Maharaj, when we were sitting, he started telling me some mystical things I still cannot understand, maybe in the future. But he told me, you don't really know who you are. And I thought, yeah, that's true. Because every time we put up different persona, different character, and we try to play that character until we discover that it's not really me. Me is something deeper than that, but we have to go through so many characters, change so many characters, in order to discover our true self. And that's called self-discovery. And it's never happened by your own grace. You need to be according to the drama rules, character develops in circumstance. So a lot of people complain, including myself. I'm also a complainer. But, and it's our tendency to complain. But remember, if you really look at your life, where did you perform the best? When you had the most difficult, conditions in your life. And so sometimes the most difficult conditions in our life is the best conditions for our transformation. So, and this is a transformational journey. That's not a journey for, acquire things you want or buy things from Amazon. That's a transformational journey for your soul and your consciousness. And, it's not easy to serve. Even like you think like, this is like paradise, but why is it not that many people want to serve? Because, it's the deep conclusion to stay in the plane of service. Because there's so many temptations, especially here in America. It's very seductive country. At one thing, it's been completely screwed by the rules and regulations and law. But at the same time, everybody's hoping for, better life. What's the better life? Better home, better car, better this, that. But, when you go to India, sometimes like you see somebody, there's like nothing. And this person, no, I'm going to get nothing. But he's smiling. And he's like a happy person. And, but in India it's easy because basically it's like you're born in Himalayas, what are you going to get? Nothing. But sometimes you go to your inner self, or I went to Nepal. I was impressed how much people are being screwed in Nepal by Western invasion of alcohol and drugs. Like they're putting wine shop at every corner in Nepal. They killed the king, and like they did a special operation on Nepal, and now they said, oh, it's no longer a Hindu country, it's the international country. So they try to vanish this nation, to lose their deep roots, and we know that's a very modern way. Like in America, especially liberal states, people law, they don't know women, man, what's the difference? Why? Because it's like dissolving you in the world of possibilities. Remember, unity and diversity. So diversity is more interesting, more deep. Yeah, is there a difference between unity and diversity? Yes, there is. And diversity, that's what really make you to understand what world is. To understand everybody's unity called Mayavada, which is wonderful. But diversity called Krishna consciousness. Not everybody's equal. No Krishna has equal cows. There's no equal servitors. Everything has gradation. There's thousands of gradations in Chinese tea, what to speak about gradations in gems and stones and art and beauty. So to be able to appreciate this and realize this is, Bhaktivinoda Thakur has one incredible book called Tattva Viveka, Identification of Truth. And he say, you search for the truth to understand one truth is higher than another one. That's why Govinda Maharaj was asked, why did not many devotees get understanding of Guru Maharaj? And Gurudev thought and said, interesting. He said, well, Prabhupada did obvious. Like he came and gave Maha Mantra to the whole world. That's obvious. But he said, but Guru Maharaj give that gradation. And to be able to understand that greatness and gradation, it requires some taste and appreciation. Not that we all here connoisseurs. I don't believe that. I don't buy that. But we say about somebody who understands divine nature of Guru Maharaj must have some Vijanti hi sumedasah. But then, okay, then Jnana Maharaj asked Govinda Maharaj, well, but why we have to worship you? What's about you? I want to hear from you. Why we worship Govinda Maharaj? Yes. Why we are here as considered worshippers of Govinda Maharaj?
Because of love and affection.
Yes.
Okay. Love and affection. Anything else?
You have a hand there, Maharaj. Humility.
Sakshat Gauri Tvena Samasta Shastra Tastatam Yapta Eva Shabdi Kitu Prabor Yakpriya Eva Tasha Vande Garoshri Charanaravinda. That because he's considered as good as God himself, and he's very Prabhu Priya, he's very dear to the Lord.
Yeah, but that you can also say about Lord Shiva. That you can also say about so many things. So, Govinda Maharaj, what is his position?
The servant of the servant.
See, Prabhupada is like Jesus Christ. It's so easy to understand. So one time, devotee from ISKCON invited me to speak on Prabhupada appearance, and they had a very traditional story. And the Jaladuta, the sheep, he came, and I said that's all good, but if you really look, he did way better than Jesus or Muhammad.
Yes.
That Jesus said about non-stealing, wives and goats and sheep, and to the few ones he talked about love, but Prabhupada, immediately talk about the highest principles. He gave full-fledged theism to Western world. Western world had everything, had nice cars, bathrooms, big homes, and economy, but didn't have the idea who God is. Jesus Christ never talk about, Jesus Christ always talk about father, never talk about grandfather and mother and wife and children. So when we talk about Krishna has father, mother, children. Krishna's Nanda has Upananda. Krishna's father has his brother, his mother. It's like Indian drama, this big family. So we never thought God has family. It sounds like his own father gave him up and sacrificed him. And so Prabhupada gave full-fledged theism. So better than Jesus Christ, better than Nelson Mandela, better than anybody in the world. And that was not a person who knew Sanskrit. Everybody, so one Prabhupada disciple said to Prabhupada, hey, and he was Sanskritian. He said, it sounds like you have a lot of mistakes in Sanskrit. How come you say Guru is perfect? And Prabhupada said, looked at him and said, yeah, that's not the Sanskrit I'm talking about. And if you ask Sudarshan, did Prabhupada knew how to sing? What do you think?
Yes.
No. Prabhupada didn't know how to sing Bengali songs. But if you listen his Shad Goswami Ashtaka, you cry. Because he didn't follow the tune. Like, this guy know how to sing. And I said, interestingly, the person who was not Sanskrit scholar, translated all the amazing books, and person who was not a musician, not a Gaudiya Vaishnava Kirtaniya, he brought all the divine song of Krishna to the world. So that means you don't have to be a Sanskrit scholar to know the spiritual highest knowledge. And you don't need to be a classical musical singer or kirtan lover to be able to sing divine song. So Prabhupada, music is divine. Anybody who understands the tunes, especially those who in kirtan and know the classical beats, they know he's not follow that. Prabhupada does not follow any of it. But when he sing from his heart, then you can understand that's something comes from different dimension. Not a harmony of this physical plane. It's a harmony of the soul where everything becomes harmonious. The most imperfect become perfect. Why? Because of his desire to dedicate and serve his spiritual master. Then next evolutionist Guru Maharaj came. Then, we've been talking with Janardhan Maharaj about, people talk about things. But my experience, I meet many devotees, senior devotees, and, Prabhupada disciples, but they don't get it, Mahaprabhu, in that way that Guru Maharaj explained. And because, everybody talks about Krishna, but Krishna is not, remember, Krishna is not giving devotion. Krishna is receiving devotion. Why that on altar, we have Mahaprabhu and Radharani? So maybe not that many people knows, but at the time of Goswamis, those deities were discovered by Goswamis. There was no Shaktis there. There was only Krishna statues made by Vrajanabha, the grandson of Krishna. Eventually, as amazingly, Janavi Devi, the wife of Nityananda Prabhu, she established all the female deities. That's why they all made from copper. Ashtadhatu. The original pictures of Krishna that Goswami worship was without Radharani, and somebody say, why? Obviously, because the Goswamis were gopis. Do you understand? They had that ability to worship Krishna, but when Janavi Devi came, she said, it's the time to establish the Shakti. So she established the Shakti. But when Saraswati Thakur came, next to Radha and Krishna, he established Mahaprabhu. And that is exclusive conception. You have to understand, here in this place, not a Rukmini Dwarkadish or some kind of a Narayan Vishnu. It's Krishna himself. Because Mahaprabhu, Radha Bhava Dyuti Subalitam, Nomi Krishna Swarupam. So Mahaprabhu is Radha and Krishna in one divine body. That's what Janardhan Maharaj said today. Said, yes, this Mahamantra, actually that's what Mahamantra means, Radha Krishna Mahaprabhu. Radha Krishna Vikritir Hladini Shakti Asmat. So that sloka in Chaitanya Charitamrita explain that Vikriti between Radha and Krishna is so deep that sometimes that Radha and Krishna combine in one lover and become golden Mahaprabhu. And nobody knows what is ahead of time, Radha and Krishna or Mahaprabhu. Nobody knows. Sunset or sunrise, moon or sun. So, and that is the tattva, the truth on Pancha Tattva, the truth of highest possible ontological truth that has been ever expressed in the time of Vedic times and the history of Vedas. So you all know about Veda Vyas, and there was Vyasa Purnima 2 days back. And in Linga Purana and other Puranas, there's a description of 28 Veda Vyasas. And this 28 Veda Vyasas comes in different Manvantaras. And interestingly, first Veda Vyas, anybody knows about first one? Brahma. Why? He's giving the mantram and the Vedam. And another Vedavyas, quite interestingly, is Vasishta Rishi, because he's the guru of Ramachandra and he preached to the kings. So he's establishing the dharma for the kings, like what would be the proper leadership to lead society and spiritual life. But there's another Vedavyas, Parashara. I mean, I'm just mentioning few amongst 28. So Parashara Rishi is the father of Vedavyas, who's giving cosmology, Parashara Hora Shastra. So he's speaking about divine cosmology and leading that divine cosmology. Because see, if you would not know Krishna consciousness, you probably would believe that astrologer is the guy to tell you the guidance. Why? Because if somebody knows chart very well, he can say everything within your chart. Then your normal question would be, where's my freedom? If everything decided by the destiny, why am I supposed to even do something? But Parashara explained, yes, everything within your chart until you become a devotee. Your movement towards God that's where your freedom begins. So Bilmavangal Thakur's story, or that person's story, yeah, everything is there. Ajamil, your failure and your success within your chart. But it is depending on your inner soul. The only freedom that soul has. Remember, you're playing a scenario. You're playing a particular character. And you don't even know how you're playing. So one time I was traveling with one of my friends, Hollywood director, into Rajasthan, and we met Bhrigu Shastri. Anybody knows who Bhrigu Shastri is? All right, the Bhrigu Shastri will make you do certain things, put your finger in the mandala, and then he'd give you your phone number. He'll tell you, write down this number. This number is in your number in the universe. And he will open the palm leaves and he read the book of your life. So, and he will start reading the book of your life from the things that you're hiding. Because everybody hiding some things. How many marriages you had? One. Well, it's actually been 3, but 1 is legal. All right, that's how he's going to tell you things that you don't want everybody to know. And the reason he does it, that you understand, is not a bullshit. And he reads your life book. So, and you've read it. So I was with one film director, a very famous film director, live in LA, but he's been famous in Russia as well. He did the Mongol film and other films. And his son was a very famous actor in Russia. He died. His son was also a movie director, and he died in mountains. And that man reading his life story, and then he's telling, are your son alive or not? He said, no, he died. Oh, he said, oh, you're going to have another child. And that guy was in 70s. But more than he said, do you know why your son died? Obviously, this person said, no, I don't. He was shocked. He said, in previous life, you killed the calf of a cow. So in this life, you lost your child. That's the karma. And he's like, what should I do? I said, take care of cows. You should go to Vrindavan and take care of cows. And that's interestingly. So that means everything is within, not only with one life you have. Everything in the book of karma is written life after life. So, and he told me certain things. And I said, yeah, that's true. And then I had to think. See, because sometimes Krishna answers something after 1 year, after 10 years. Some of my inner questions may not answered. Some people don't have inner questions. Some people do. So I thought, how come there's a book of every living entity life? And after some time, it revealed to me why. Anybody wants to share it? Do you know why all your life in the book? Anybody wants to know that, or are we past that stage? Well, you have to start giving a little something, Your attention. Well, remember, this material world is digital gameplay. And in this gameplay, there are many different characters, like the drama queen. Anybody knows the drama queen? But, change a little bit, sorry, hairstyle, a bit different drama queen. But in this characters, like there's like American Dream or like Complete Loser. There's like it's a very much similarity of people's life model. It's like if you really study the rules of drama or storytelling, it's not that many things. The journey of the hero, this and that. But if you change a little bit time, environment, the city, it's become something different. But pretty much life is the same. So as you understand, like for instance, body, there's a particular body type, kapha, pitta, vata. So it's like, in Ayurveda, they tell you everybody is same set but different. But you'll find like there's three moods of material, but everything is same, but in different persons, it's applied different way. So you pretty much have a very classical life story that repeats after and after and after, because you're going to the role model, you're accepting physical body, physical identity, you start playing this thing, you start playing the character, and end of life, what is important is not what you play, is what you get from the play. So that's why in this book is pretty much characters of life. There's pretty much life journeys. But beginning of that true self-expression of spiritual freedom is connection with Guru and Krishna. Actually, connection with God, but as more God abstract, is more you are into that game. But end of the game is your connection with Krishna. And if you really look at the history of Bimal Thakur or that person or another person, Jada Bharat, this Bharat, that devotee, you can understand it's all lead into how deeply you connect with Krishna consciousness and what's your inner perception of reality. So it's not how rich you are, you might be the king of the world or the most successful person in the world. It's like what's your inner wealth? And the inner wealth is something that you really have to value, deeply appreciate. So Srila Guru Maharaj is giving us pretty much deep insight what Mahaprabhu is, and who the Guru is, and Sri Guru and His grace. So I say, in a good way, actually, you don't want to call that book Sri Guru and His grace. It's Guru Maharaj's desire, but the second name of that book could be like Guru Samhita. But like Krishna, Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote Krishna Samhita. This book could be Guru Samhita, and that book would be appropriate as to known as a Guru Samhita, because there's not that many books understand what the Guru is. So, but Govinda Maharaj told me one interesting thing. He said many great, gurus in this world, but he said very few great disciples. Remember, Govinda Maharaj was really acting as a disciple. If you really look at the way role model of Govinda Maharaj when he deal with Janardana Maharaj and everybody else, he's not pushing too much of his guru thing. But he's more showing, I am a disciple of my guru. Look how I behave, what I accept. So he's taking a disciple role and leading everybody as a disciple. Sometimes reminding Janardana Maharaj and everybody else, I'm also guru, okay? But look, I do my disciple shtick because that's the core seed of success of being true disciple. And not to judge so much, qualification of guru or other things, because you're not qualified. That's why, in many ways we can say that Srila Prabhupada's disciples are highly appreciated because a lot of them love Prabhupada. You go to community all over America and you see like some people in New Vrindavan, some people here, there, and they're Prabhupada disciple. For some reason, they love Prabhupada. I don't know what's unique about them, but this Prabhupada group of people, they're very much guru-centered, and they're very much disciples. We're not judging their spiritual, ontological understanding. This is infinite reality. But one thing we can say, and in our community, a lot of hard push work is done by Prabhupada's disciple, that generation of that people, and no one can compete with them. So my understanding, like Krishna, one time I went to Dwaraka, and I met amazing people. Like I was in Dwaraka temple, Prasadam hall, it's like 30 rupees and you can eat all you want. And there's one panda dressed in this kind of dress coming to me and like giving me prasadam. And he look and have like really nice tulsi necklace, very high quality. And I just immediately give it to him. And he was shocked. And we become friends. He doesn't speak English. I don't speak Hindi, Gujarati, but we become friends. And he happened to be like one of the most exalted pujari of Dwarka temple. But you know, his mood is like serving. So at a certain point, they invite me to a place where Pindakshetra, where sacrifice has been done after the Mahabharata war. And that's where their caste of Brahmanas came. And he doesn't speak English, but there are other people do. And they explained when Krishna came to this world and established Dwarka, he brought several hundreds of devotees from Vaikuntha with him. So that Brahmana caste as a Vaikuntha Basi. And you can look at their face, you can understand they're extraordinary people. So for until now, with however India is screwed up, these guys have continue worshiping Dwarkadish. And I thought, it's amazing. You have to have your own people to worship you. So my thinking is like some very fortunate souls met Prabhupada and maybe Govinda Maharaj, and they're showing that same thing. Because otherwise, how Prabhupada discovered all these people in different parts of the world, like Siddhanta Maharaj. You know, Siddhanta Maharaj came to Prabhupada in 1970 something and said, yeah, he told like, can I drive you around? And Prabhupada said, yes. And Siddhanta Maharaj like wants to show Prabhupada, drive Prabhupada. And Prabhupada accepted. And then after driving, Siddhanta Maharaj drove Prabhupada for some time. Before Prabhupada left, he said like, sure, Prabhupada, can I ask initiation? And he gave the initiation to Siddhanta Maharaj. And, you know, we all know Siddhanta Maharaj is a sweetheart, and we're thinking people like that, you know, came and connect and just glued to the feet of Prabhupada, but also, you know, recognize Govinda Maharaj. I remember how much Shruta Shrava loved Govinda Maharaj. You know, Shruta Shrava is not easy to tolerate, but Shruta Shrava is a character, a drama character, you know, with his like emotion. But you can understand, it's very deep attached to Srila Govinda Maharaj. And he just loved, you know, remember that when Shruta Shrava never had, like Srivas Thakur, he never had any money. But when Govinda Maharaj came, he put up the head and drive the limo for Govinda Maharaj and drove Govinda Maharaj to so many amazing places. And he wants to be the perfect driver of Gurudev. And so we were very fortunate to be amongst those kind of people, although they already left, I believe, to better place and get things ready for us, hopefully. But, you know, it's amazing that we had this kind of devotees with the characters and, you know, outstanding personalities, and at the same time, sweet, as sweeter as bitter as possible can be, with the characters and imperfections, but connecting with them, with their inner self, we can see they're amazing people. So I don't know, am I allowed to speak more or less? And all right. So anyway, I don't know, anybody wants to bring any topics up and have any specific discussion? And because I'm very shy to speak in front of senior devotees, and especially our ladies, they can kick you from the stage easy. Hello? Yes.
You're talking about the deities that worshipped in the time of Krishna. What about like the deities in the altar of in Gopal's time? You know something about it, or a book that says something about it?
Which time? Which?
Like Gopal, Mother Yasoda.
Oh, okay, yeah, yes. The main deities that we have in Vrindavan been established by Vajranabha, the grandson of Krishna, who was a king of Vajranabha, and he loved his grandfather, Krishna, so much. He was a great Vaishnava, great devotee. And out of his greed, he commissioned several deities that were established in different parts of Raja. And mysteriously, these deities disappeared. And one of the important deities, like Govindaji and Srinathji, been discovered by different devotees. Like Srinathji was discovered by Madhavendra Puri, coming to Govinda Kund and having a deep stage of meditation and fasting. And Krishna himself came with a jar of milk and gave it to him. And then in a dream, he revealed his divine position. And he said, you go to the bushes. I'm waiting for you for thousands of years. And that prediction is in Garga Samhita. So when Garga Samhita discovered there are four main deities, Jagannath, Badrinath, Dwarakanath, and Srinathji, which is the Govardhan lifter, that four deities are considered to be four Dharmapalas, and Jagannath reside in Puri, and Badrinath reside in the Himalayas, and Dwarakanath resides in Gujarat, Dwaraka, and Srinathji is the Govardhan deity. Now it's in Natadwara in Rajasthan, one of the beautiful little expansion of Vrindavan. It's been taken there by Vallabhacharya descendants, including his son and grandson Vitalanath. There's also that place, Samadhi of Mirabai. Interesting, it's not in Vrindavan, it's in that place because she was obsessed with Krishna, not Radharani. And that beautiful deity of Srinathji with the holding Govardhan hill, without Radharani, is worshipped there. So in our line, the Govindaji been discovered by Rupa Goswami, and that cow would come to the hill and leak her milk to the hole. And then Rupa Goswami opened that hole. He discovered the beautiful deity of Govindaji, and Madhu Pandit discovered Gopinathji. And other deities was discovered by Sanatana Goswami and other great Vaishnavas. So the main deities of Vrindavan has been since Vajranabhasan. The Navadvip has different story because there are three type of deities have been established in Mahaprabhu time. One is Vishnupriya Mahaprabhu Dameshwar, who stands like this in a mudra of surrender. That's the most important deity of Mahaprabhu in his time and his life, by his wife and Vishwakarma. Second deity is Ambika Kalna, Dvijavaninath, Gornitai. That deity run and to jump in Hridoy Chaitanya heart. And basically, Dvijavaninath were told by Mahaprabhu, I will stay here in the form of deity. But he said, no. If you're not different than deity, you stay here and let the deity goes. So the deity walk away and that Mahaprabhu stay. So it's considered to be Sakshat himself, Mahaprabhu. So this year we visit this beautiful place in Ambika Kalna, which is actually the riverside from Shantipur. And there is some things written by Mahaprabhu as they claim, and the vessel that Mahaprabhu swim by the boat. They're like interesting. It's interestingly that there are few artifacts in time of Mahaprabhu, but that is the second deity. So Ambika Kalna and Gorgadadhar. Gorgadadhar is Champahati. After Chaitanya Saraswat Mat, when you're going towards the Sagar place and Vidyanagar, that you'll be finding deities of Gorgadadhar, which actually, interestingly, Gorgadadhar is the Bhaktivinoda Thakur deity as well. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur, inner bhajan, is Gaur and Gadadhar. Why? Because in the plane you always have two pilots. Remember, Krishna is Radha Bhavaduti Subulitam Nomi Krishna Swarupam Mahaprabhu is Radha and Krishna, and Radharani is giving heart to Krishna. So Radharani, she's very experienced pilot. In the form of Gadadhar Pandit, she makes sure that he's not going to blow it. So when Krishna taken bhav of Radharani, he's going crazy, then Gadadhar Pandit has to be near and controlling. That's why Gadadhar is chanting the Bhagavad slokas. And only by the Bhagavad slokas of Gadadhar Pandit, because he's Radharani, he knows how to stimulate his loving heart. So this is a very deep idea, and where Bhaktivinoda Thakur starts his worship, he worshipped Gaur Gadadhar. At that time, that Gaur Gadadhar original one was in the hands of some traditional devotees. So Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur came there in some time and said, I don't possess the deity. I want to help you with the service. So in time, these people died, and that deity came to Gaudiya Math, which has been worshipped by Nayanananda Das Babaji Maharaj, who is Govinda Maharaj's friend and Guru Maharaj's appreciator, and he would come to Govinda Maharaj's birthday and, present there and enjoy the Govinda Maharaj's being there, and little Vaidehi running with the camera and like, so, but that's another story. So that deity is the third original deity of Mahaprabhu. And of course, there are other deities as well. Like if you go to Vidyanagar to Sharanga Murari Thakur place, there'll be several deities kept of Shivananda Sain, an original deity of Gaur Gadadhar, which had parikrama with Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur also there. So Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, when he started his first Navadvip parikrama, he carried the Gaur Gadadhar deity of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, which was commissioned, not the Bhaktivinoda, but the copy. So that copy of Gaudiya Math deity is that in Sharanga Murari Thakur place. And at a certain point I thought, well, you have too many nice deities, give us some. And this person told, yeah, if Krishna wants, he come to you. Then I thought, yeah, it's just my jealous heart. I cannot offer anything to that deity. If I would offer a temple, yeah, he would come. But then I thought, well, we have Chaitanya Saraswat Math. We can't even take care of that one. So that was a thing. So later, Janav Devi came and she established the Shaktis, the female positions, and that's the story. And of course, many deities were in Puri, like Gopinath and other ones. So we're dealing with very special history, because when you go to South India, they tell, oh, Krishna is too new, only 5,000 years. So when you go to South India, they don't even trust Krishna so much. They say, it just recently happened. So in our world, anything over 100 years old is antique. In that world, South India, certain temples been worshipped for thousands and thousands of years. But there are still remains of Krishna temple like Guruvayur and other temples. There some remain. But you think like Rameshwaram is Shiva Linga that is established by Lord Ram. And later Shankaracharya came and established Spatika Lingam, the crystal lingam. So you would say like, wow. Or Badrinath temple, there's like Jagannath temple, it's like innumerous years, like billions of years. So we can't even imagine the certain temples in India, how old they are and how recent Krishna consciousness is compared to this Dharma. That's why people in the South, they have a whole different culture than the North. Any other questions, comments? Any cash? Okay. We have a subscriber coming with donations. All right. Vaidehi.
Thank you. Dandavat Maharaj, Dandavat to all of the devotees. Maharaj, we're so happy you're here. So you're such a, amazing, creative, revolutionary servitor of Gurudev. And my question is just, there's like multiple parts to it, but how, at some point you came to Krishna consciousness, and then I'm just imagining some desire to serve came over you, and then we know the history now, and here you are. How have you been able to follow that inspiration? How do you deal with the material obstacles, your own nature? How do you stay connected to Gurudev, receive inspiration, to trust the intuition and the service pull that you're getting, maybe the push?
Yeah.
Something like
Good.
this.
I follow the traditional Californian bullshit mantra, love and accept yourself. And one way this is bullshit because you don't really know what yourself is. because we're on a path of self-discovery. So to say that we came to Krishna consciousness, I would say we're all on the way, including yourself and myself. So if you remember in the days of Gurudev, you tried, yourself with the camera and you broadcast the first news from Holy Dham. And that was not fully accepted by everybody. It was just like too much of a girl speaking news from Holy Dham. And, not everybody accept this because, it's, every time the narrative is the same, but the format is changing. So remember, we are on a path to Krishna consciousness. It might be the same narrative, but the format is changing. So the format is changing with the time, but the true journeys remain the same. And there's a wonderful book about addiction. It's called Religion of Imperfection, Spirituality of Imperfection. So the core of our transformation is acceptance of our own imperfection. Only by deeply experiencing your corners, your imperfection, that will move you to the transformational journey. Because if you're perfect, like people say, the perfect Vaishnavas are not preaching. Why? Because they see everything connected with Krishna. And that's why Mahabhagavat Vaishnava, Bhagavat Atmanam, when you see perfect Vaishnava, you want to chant. Like, I remember when Govinda Maharaj would come to certain occasions, even common people would bow down to him. Why? Because they would see some extraordinary being and naturally their heart would bound, because that's our nature, to bound in front of something great. When the ego is there, you say, I don't bow to anyone, or like, hey, why I have to worship you, or why I have to respect you. But when you see something extraordinary, without any hesitation, your heart will extend yourself for the service. Just like when you see beautiful women, what do you say? You just want to say, hey, please, because the beauty itself is taking position of the service. So devotee's heart is very beautiful, and due to our search for Sri Krishna and our imperfect position, and remember, the more imperfect you are, means in your own realization, not in eyes of others, is the more chance of your transformational journey. So the fact is we feel imperfection. Well, on one hand, on the other hand, that's why I'm telling you this bullshit Californian mantra, love and accept yourself, because yes, you have to accept you are not perfect today. Like you have to accept, okay, I can't do it. I can, control myself. I cannot really, chant as much as I need. I cannot even give up my food. Like I'm getting fat every day. Every day I'm trying to stop eating, and then by the end of the plate, I see I ate twice more than I need. That means you fail at every step. Remember, just like a baby, every step is a failure. Every step is like disaster. That's why a mother watching the baby, because whatever baby does, it's never perfect. But their time come to you, where things start clicking from your inner heart. And that time may not be when you're the most beautiful and most attractive and the most, seductive. That time maybe will be when you're little, fat, ugly, and old. But that's where your inner beauty start coming. Your inner beauty, like you see, we have all our ladies. They're beautiful in a different way, through their heart, through their motherly affection, to their Krishna consciousness. And that's what real is, because everything's temporarily, it's superficial at one point. But when your heart has become beautiful, then you become beautiful. And that was Govinda Maharaj's style. Remember, Govinda Maharaj always was connected with the beauty. And his beauty was inner, glowing and shining. And we know he was very jolly when he was young, but his real beauty came at a certain time when it was inner beauty. And so our journey to Krishna consciousness is like that. Our journey is coming through the mountains of the false ego and to the land of imperfection and the land of failure. And, when you fail, next time do it better. Stand up and, wash. And Govinda Maharaj used to say, the mother never kick up the child. She washed his stool and, she let it go. So that's why we eternally grateful to our Guru. He never give up on us. And life after life, Chakudana Dila Jay Janme Janme Prabhu say. So I don't think, in this life we're all gonna complete the cycle of life and death. And think of like Jada Bharata, the king of India, become a deer next life. Like some of our friends already with faces like remind certain animals. So maybe an evolutionary process like a deer, it's like a little too much. At least we know deers are, by their nature, they're vegetarians, they're non-violent, So yeah, when you go certain places, you see like people are already like monkeys, And monkeys like hippies, they have free love, they have like so much bananas, and they live in Vrindavan, and like they do whatever they want. They shit in any place without any hesitation. So they're loving and accepting themselves. But the difference between monkey and human, that as much as you accept your imperfection, you have hankering towards your spiritual life. That's very important. Because remember, you can't just say, oh, I'm the way I am, like this, It doesn't work. So you have to have that balance in your subconscious, self-discrimination. And at the same time, fallen soul, but, if you don't like it, somebody tell you, hey, can you help in the kitchen? Oh, I'm fallen soul. What about cure? No, I'm really fallen soul. Would you like some prasadam? Of course. So being a fallen soul is not... it's not supposed to stop you from trying to do some, service. Any other questions, comments, complaints? Yes, sir.
Wait for the mic,
please. Dandas Srila Avadhut Maharaj. Gurudev. Yeah, I was lucky, had some opportunity to serve Gurudev and at your association. So I heard Gurudev stressed on Vaishnava Seva, Vaishnava Seva. So could you explain a little bit that? I try to do that, but...
Yes, your great fortune. According to Madhvacharya and other acharyas, one will not ever get direct mercy of Krishna until he fulfilled satisfied Vaishnavas. Krishna say, Yemi Bhakta Jana Partha, I don't believe Hare Krishna. Mag Bhakta Paramam Bhakta. This is the commentary of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur and Chaitanya Bhagavat, the very first cantor. Saraswati Thakur explained these things. And he's commenting this famous sloka, Aradhanam Sarvisham Vishnu Aradhanam Param, where Shiva, speaking with his beloved Parvati, and she tell him, so what is the highest worship? And Shiva say, Aradhanam Sarvisham Vishnu Aradhanam Param. The most exalted worship of Vishnu. But then Parvati said, but I don't worship Vishnu, I worship you as my husband. And he said, Pasmat Taram Taram Devi Tadiyanam Samarchanam. One who worships somebody who dear to Vishnu is more fortunate. In other words, the worship of devotee, this is a Saraswati Thakur explanation. He say, the worship of devotee is considered to be supreme by Krishna. And that's why Navyatam Vaishnavam Shambhu, we accept Shiva as one of the greatest devotees, not as a divinity God representation. We know he is divinity representation of God. But for Gaudiyas, the Shiva is one of the best devotees of Krishna as Balaram, and everybody else, and Radharani. So we have different take on ontology, how to understand this. That's why the worship of Vaishnavas are considered to be one of the eternal principles of Vaishnava Dharma. And not only it's accepted by all the acharyas, it's actually core of entrance into Krishna consciousness. Otherwise, why God has to deal with you? So one time I was asked Govinda Maharaj, who is this Vasudeva Datta? And Govinda Maharaj looked at me, he said, you don't know the promise of Vasudeva Datta? I said, I'm sorry, Gurudev, I maybe missed something in the book. And he told me Vasudev Datta was the core of liberation of the whole universe. Say, well, we thought Mahaprabhu is the core. How Vasudev did this? I said, when Vasudev met Mahaprabhu, he said, send me to eternal hell and make me suffer the consequences of karma of every living being in this world. And Mahaprabhu said, just because I have devotee like this with such a great heart, who's willing to eternally sacrifice himself, I'm promising you, you don't need to go to hell. I will just liberate them all. But you give me the excuse. Why? Because Krishna created law. To break law, he needed an excuse. So Vasudev Datta is that excuse for Mahaprabhu to break his eternal law of karma, which means law of justice. Now remember that justice is an important thing in this world. Without justice, there's nothing, accomplished. So cosmic justice, and it's very difficult to judge what karmic justice is like. When people come and dying in Russia, Ukraine, and Gaza, and Syria and Libya, and blah blah blah, because it's justice. But there's also be other justice. Like people don't understand, justice is not just for a certain group of people; it's for everyone. Then why God has to bring the justice and replace the justice with mercy? So he needs an excuse, and that's his devotee. Prayer of his devotees of Vasudev Datta making Mahaprabhu deciding and proclaiming that I will liberate all universe. But then when Mahaprabhu coming to Jarakhanda forest and he's singing Krishna consciousness, and the trees and the lions and the tigers dancing together with deers and the elephants, and Haridas Thakur follow him, and he has, remember, Haridas is it's called Brahma Haridas. So you see an incredible vision. And he's telling to Mahaprabhu, you are really liberating the whole world. Then Mahaprabhu smiling and say, then why these trees and why these animals and insects are still alive? And Haridas is giving deeper insight. He's telling, because other living entities entering that body. Remember, in my body there's worms and germs and microbes, like there's billions of beings in my body besides me. And I'm the supreme Atma. So in Mahabharata Tatraya Nirvaya, Madhvacharya sometimes explain how the Avesh work in some divine personalities. Like, for instance, we know Nyasi Maharaj and Sri Lekha, and their son is Sudarshan, and his son is this, and his grandson is this. So we can say, okay, his grandson has Avesha, father, mother, brother, sister, in one new personality. That's why Arjuna, partially Indra, partially Gopi Arjunika, partially Vishaka Devi, but Arjuna is his own character. When Arjuna become Ramananda Roy, it's the same Arjun, but it's a different type of Arjun. So inside him, there is another identity. Just like we have our identity living through our children, then divine identities in Leela, that's why, Krishna is always times different. So one time, Narada Muni was totally seduced by Mohini Murti. Remember, the time of churning ocean, Vishnu had to take seductive form to bewilder the demons and gods. So he's taken this extremely sexual form of female, which is wow. And how much wow was that even Shiva dropped his own wife and ran after her. And guess what? Narada was there too. So as Narada said, we all say Shiva fell down, what am I supposed to do? So he also ran after Mohini Murti. And when Mohini Murti is moving in a mystical way. She's appeared here and there. So Narada is chasing. And remember, Narada is sannyasi. He's a brahmachari. And he's chasing women. And finally, she sees Mohini and he wants to embrace her. And at that very moment, when you want to embrace the women, she said, I'm man. In California, it's okay. But at that time, it was not that... At that time, it was not that common. She said, actually, I am the man. And taking form of Vishnu. Then Narada said, you are cheater. You cheat the whole world. And you cheat me. Vishnu said, that is my friend, is my duty. Then Narada said, how come? You made me take sannyas, you make me break. He said, that is a little bit, the way we do things. Then he said, I want to curse you. I want to curse you because you don't understand us humans. We hankering desire of relationship and core of our heart. Then Vishnu said, okay, you can curse me, no problem. You are my devotee. So Narada said, I'm cursing you. You become like human. And you feel everything the humans feel. And you go through the same as the human goes to relationship, losing your love, and you'll be mad by that. And Vishnu said, that is very good, because when I come Ramachandra, I need that. So by the curse of Narada, he became Rama. Because Vishnu remember, Ravana is a hybrid. One of his side is Rishi, the great saint, and one of his side is Asura Bhav. So he's a great scholar, he's a great poet, he's a great mystic, alchemist. Like his books like Arka Samhita, Kumari Samhita, still written in India. Like there's no medical books higher than Ravana. And you know what his medical books based on? Children's pediatric books. It's written by Ravana. How to cure children. Because one of his wives said, the child cannot express his pain. How to cure him? Then Ravana said, okay, I'll write the book. And then somebody said, how's that to glorify Shiva? And Ravana said, okay, I'll write that glorification. Somebody say, how you extract the plants? And Ravana said, okay, I'll write you the book for the plant extractions, the medical book. So Ravana wrote amazing quantity of books. Some of them survive until today because there's no replacement. That's how Ravana was great in any science and yoga and self-realization, everything. But at the same time, he's a demon. And he wants to, bring pain to the world. Sometimes people don't understand the definition of demon. It may be way different. Demons could be super talented. Then Ravana, when he get the boons from Shiva, and remember, he worshipped Shiva, he finally wants to cut off his last head and offer to the Shiva. He cut 9 heads, he wants to cut his 10 heads. Then Shiva said, okay, stop it. Then he said to Ravana, you want to be undefeatable, tell me exactly who you don't want to be defeated by. So when that boon has been given, just like Hiranyakashipu, not to kill by gods, not to kill by Gandharvas, the animals, Shiva said, what about man? And Ravana said, man? Man is like stool to me. I don't afraid man. Then Ramachandra had to become a man. But as become a man, he had to go to the whole man transformation by the curse of Narada. So one time Shiva has been sitting in the mountains with Parvati, and Parvati saw Ramachandra. And she said, who is this beautiful king? And Shiva said, I tell you honestly, I don't want to tell you. I think he's kind of a divine personality. She said, no, he's a beautiful man. Unbelievable beauty. Why is that he's crying so much? He said, all right, okay, Devi, I'll have to tell you some confidential knowledge. This is Vishnu. She said, Vishnu? I can't believe it. He's a man. 100% man. And crying for women is like Vishnu's that man attached to women? I don't believe it. He's detached. Then Shiva said, you don't understand. It's past times, but what can I tell you? So, Parvati, as women always want to challenge things, she taken form of Sita, and she's stand in front of Ramachandra while he's crying. And she said, oh, my Ramachandra, I'm back. And then Ramachandra crying and weeping his eyes and look at Sita. And he said, oh, Mother Parvati, why are you here? Why you take form of my wife? You have Shiva. And Parvati was so much confused, and she started crying. She said, forgive me. I could not understand that you're Vishnu. I thought you were just a common man. And I could not recognize you. So they had very confidential exchange with her. And he said to her, I'm giving you blessing. Next time, when I come to my next pastime, I will be Golden Gauranga Mahaprabhu. and your husband will be an Advaita Acharya. Your name will be Sita Thakurani from that moment. That's why you're Sita. You will keep the name to the memory, but you'll be the first person who will be able to recognize me. So when Chaitanya Charitamrita, beginning the Advaita and Sita coming, and Sita Thakurani with Advaita, they recognize, yes, he is he's Vishnu. And of course, because her husband, he understands who Vishnu is. So think of this, how deeply all these pastimes connected, where this begin billions of years in one place and going to another place, and that, this place, this comes from Shiva Purana, this comes from this place, that place. So this puzzle is not easy to build. But one thing we can understand, Krishna Lila, Amrita Sara, Sata Sata Satadar, everything connects, Ram Lila, Krishna Lila, Gaur Lila. But Gaur Lila is the highest expression. The highest expression of drama. It's very humanized drama. The drama of pure love and separation. Mahaprabhu is coming, and taking sannyas and separate his mother and his wife, and he's coming to different places and meet amazing people and sharing with them Krishna consciousness. This is the highest form of God ever being expressing himself, and the most, it's just like complete coming out. As the word coming out means like, I really want to show you who I am. So coming out is Mahaprabhu. And that fortune of ours to be connected with that Mahaprabhu pastimes and to be connected with that form of Krishna consciousness is extraordinary. So just giving you a few clues of different pastimes from Supreme Lord, and understand how everything coming into Gaur Lila, how everything comes to Mahaprabhu, how everything enter Krishna consciousness, and everything connected in a way that's called spiritual conspiracy. Because people told me, oh, you conspiracy theorist. I said, yes, that's true. Because in conspiracy theory, you have to find links with what's going on and the people and things. And you don't follow the external circumstance. They're just triggers to you. You have to understand things behind the screen. So behind this Krishna Lila, Ram Lila, this Lila, that Lila, Mahaprabhu, that's why in a song, Bhaktivinoda Thakur saying, what all this avatar do to the world? If you look at, Kalki kills everybody, Rama kills everybody. Krishna, even Krishna through Arjuna had to kill everybody. What Mahaprabhu? Mahaprabhu is not killing anyone. He's healing everyone with the holy name. And his pastime is absolute transformation. Krishna consciousness. That's why his name is Krishna Chaitanya. Remember, Keshava Bharati, his sannyas guru, was from Shankara Sampradaya. And there's a particular way you give the sannyas name. Gurudev would follow that tradition. But he looked at Mahaprabhu and he did not give him proper sannyas name because he said, Chaitanya, it's a brahmachari name actually. He said, Chaitanya, but you're Krishna Chaitanya. What kind of Chaitanya? Chaitanya consciousness. Krishna Chaitanya. So Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari, Gaura Bhaktivinoda. So Narada Muni, after cursing Ramachandra, was very disturbed. Very disturbed. When he calmed down, he thought, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? So at one point, he had to go to Vrindavan, to Narada Kunda, and he was told to write Bhakti Shastras. And so he wrote incredible Pancharatra and Narada Pancha Shastras. And Pancharatra means actually, for those who are not exploring mystic yoga, in mystic yoga there's so-called Tattvavadi, the meditation on Tattva, that is been transferred by Narada into the deity worship. Because when we worship deity, fire, ether, all the elements that yogi is mastering with an own body, we're mastering during the arati, and we get even higher benefit because we get do it in front of the Lord, who is the... So that's why it says, in the deity form, Lord comes to most unqualified and most qualified. So both. Like you can see the deity, and even if you're not qualified, you'll get benefit. And that's why arati is important, because it's a part of deep, spiritual program, which we don't even fully appreciate. So Narada wrote all these books by entering to Kushum Sarovar and become a gopi, and experiencing this place. And Narada was cursed more than one time, 3 or 4 times by different gods, including his father, that you'll never be married, you'll never be staying one place. And then Narada, when going to Vrindavan and writing all the spiritual books, also had special revelation. See, Narada has one friend, his name Bharat Rishi, Bharat Muni. So Bharat Muni is an incredible yogi, but he's always overwhelmed by Narada's ability. And Narada's ability is called the Guru Tattva, to uplift fallen soul. Because Bharat Rishi is like great yogi. He knows all the sadhana, meditation, everything. But he say, how is that you took this hunter and make him pure devotee? How did you liberate this person? I understand you Guru Vedavyas, that's okay. But how is that you have the power to go to the most abominable fallen soul, liberate him? So Narad Muni said, you know what? I'll tell you honestly, that's not me. That's my presence of my heart through the Lord. I'm just channeling. And he said, I will give you the blessing because you're like my brother. Next life, when I become Shiva's Thakur, you become my brother, Sri Ram Thakur. So Shiva's Thakur, Sri Ram Thakur, Narad Muni, and Bharat Muni. And you will be participating in this pastime because you're always asking, how does Krishna consciousness work? Because you're a yogi. So I will make you devoted and you'll be my brother. I'll guide you in. And we participate in Kirtan of Mahaprabhu. So Narada, remember, he been cursing Vishnu out of his erotic feelings. And eventually he's got special blessing. When you become a Narad Muni, you become perfect Grihasta. Otherwise, Narada never married. Not only that you become perfect Grihasta, your son will die during Kirtan. And you will be able to transmit that. So Narad Muni comes as a perfect Grihasta Vaishnava during that pastime and acting, it's like a family man. Although he's not a family man, he's a Narad Muni. And he's actually in Linga Purana 28 Vedavyas. He's also one of the Vedavyas, Narad. And actually, the part I told you is his Pancharatra and his Narada Bhakti Shastra. That means he's taken the most mystic yoga into the way of Bhakti yoga. Because according Pancharatra, anyone can practice Pancharatra. It means go to the Arati and participate in Arati. Even if you don't know the ritual, the mantra, the tattva, just by seeing the Arati with the lamp and Kirtan. And remember, this is ultimate spiritual practice which we have, which is coming from exalted scriptures, because we see the divine form of Nitya-rupa, Achintya Guna Swarupa of Krishna. We worship with the mantra, the chant of his own name, and glorifying his transformational. Remember that Saraswati Arati, Jaya 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 Gaura Saraswati, it's a very deep meaning where Krishna discovered himself as Mahaprabhu. So this is very, very difficult thing. I mean, very esoteric what we're doing. But we just aham agyana gyantamach nashyami atma bhavasto gyanadipena basvata. So in this case, aham agyana gyantamach. Well, no one is really conscious of that. Because devotees, they're not conscious. They don't need gyan. They just have vigyan, just experience. They're happy to see the deity. They're happy to see the Lord. They're happy to chant, like Jagannatha. He's like, hey, whoa, boom, 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 with kartals. That's not in any book. That's beyond the book. And because it's a flow of heart. Do you understand? We're not trying to do like din 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 or that, whatever you can. If you can scream, you scream it. If you can bomb, you do it like that, or you can dance, whatever. Or if you can stand, stir with your saliva coming out of your mouth, it's also fine. There's no one will tell you anything. That means whatever you are, it's the mystical process, and you can't really understand how your heart will react, how you purify yourself. So remember, Krishna consciousness is the highest expression of every spiritual aspect. In Mahaprabhu, giving us Bhakti Yoga. That's why Bhakti Yoga is the highest. That's why Sarvabhaumacharya wrote in Sarvabhaumastaka, Shri Krishna Sharira, Dhara, that you coming in Kali Yuga by giving the Bhakti Yoga, the highest expression of spiritual thing for the most fallen soul, without considerations, without conditions. You are giving what gods and goddesses and divine yogis and beings cannot experience. You're giving that for nothing to common man who has no experience, no clue. But this is your mercy, and no one can judge you. And that's why, we are having this gathering. And the reason that we're talking about these things, to be able to appreciate things like this. It's not an easy, like I said, 5 things Mahaprabhu said: Maturavas, Murtiya Seva, Bhagavat Shravan, and Nama Sankirtan. These things are not easy to get. You don't go to any place in the US and you get that. Even if you go to Dwarkadish temple in LA, which God bless, we're not challenging that, but that is not the same. Radha Bhava Duti Subalitam Nomi Krishna Swarupam. This is the most exclusive presentation of divinity ever. And it is only given by Govinda Maharaj, because he's only one who can give that and qualified for that. And God bless Prabhupada, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just Prabhupada doing his antaranga and bahiranga, external and internal. Internal bhajans of Gaudiya Vaishnavism of Saraswati Thakur is present in the form of our beautiful lordships. And our way to appreciate this is not to comparative judgment whose guru is better. No, it doesn't work this way. It's what's my service? What's my dedication? Any other questions, comments, any donations? You have to pay more. Talk to my Russian secretary. He need more powder. I'm talking about Shilajit. Have your lawyer talk to my lawyer. Have your guru talk to my guru. Anybody? Any other questions or comments? Yes, sir. Hare Krishna Prabhu.
You said something about these previous souls who have come before us.
Dhamik.
Sorry?
Yes, he knows. Yes, continue.
That have come before us, but they have departed already, and that you've thought we are all thinking that they've gone to a nice, better place. And you said something like getting things ready for us. So in some regard, those who can hold the line and keep progressing. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, I just tell you one story because the storytelling is the best. So once I was in Gora Purnima and Acharya Maharaj was very busy. And I told to Acharya Maharaj, I said, Maharaj, we need to talk. I'm going to be in Eka Chakra. And Acharya Maharaj told me very calmly, I'm coming there. Then I'm with Rupa and my team in Eka Chakra. We're doing filming of Eka Chakra. And I thought Acharya Maharaj is not coming. So I have to call him, not answering phone. And then suddenly one night I could not sleep. And next morning, 6 o'clock, they called me and they said Acharya Maharaj passed away. And they said, we want to go to Navadvip. I said, we want to go to Rananjit. I said, come to Eka Chakra, that's his place. So they brought his divine body in Eka Chakra. And, he built Eka Chakra. And the story of Eka Chakra, one time Gurudev had a big Vyasa Puja. And Acharya Maharaj made a really nice festival, but was very difficult for Gurudev to handle because there were many journalists, many guests. So I asked Gurudev, I said, Maharaj, sounds like you need a break from people. What if we go to Eka Chakra and, Katwa? And Gurudev said, yeah, that's a good idea to take people. And so he talked with Acharya Maharaj, and Acharya Maharaj got his little bus, and with a group of devotees, we went to Eka Chakra first time. And as we enter Eka Chakra, it was like a smog and fog, and there were beautiful curving trees. Nothing was there. And we went to this place where our temple is, and we had a picnic there. And we cook. Acharya Maharaj's people cook. And the hundreds of kids with their plates came from the village. And they almost ate our lunch. So it was like Nityananda Prabhu's pastime. All these kids, they're coming with a plate and they fight and eat. And I was like, they're so hungry for prasadam. So we eat partially and feed the Ekachakra basis, the kids. And that's what the ticket. So when we came back, Gurudev was very happy to hear about that. And Acharya Maharaj, in his particular style, got the place of Ekachakra. And, he established that worship. And Govinda Maharaj would want to come for the temple opening. But Govinda Maharaj at that time was super weak, so we thought this bumping road was very difficult. Yeah, should we take him by helicopter? Should we take him by this, that? But eventually, Gurudev never went in his external body, Ekachakra, but internally we know this is Guru Dham, Guru Tattva. And when time came, and I believe everybody has its own time, Acharya Maharaj's divine body were put in Ekachakra. And I don't want to give all the details of that, but I was there with Rupa and other devotees for a reason, because Krishna arranged things in a way. So remember, Samadhi is a big hole. And nobody came to help, actually. Everybody would call, didn't want to come. Oh, COVID, no. So then we were working with Gopal, and suddenly their tractor, excavator, coming on the road, and we stopped him. And we told him, hey, some guru passed away, we need your help. And this guy said, you're lucky you make me, because I'm 30 miles away from here. I just got called for the job and they canceled. So this guy did the excavator work and did it very quick. And other things also happen in a mystical way. And so before that, we went to ISKCON temple, this beautiful Nityananda Prabhu exhibition there. And, we called certain people, and they didn't, from our mat, they didn't, I don't want to mention their names, but they didn't came to help. So then we came to this ISKCON president and said, yeah, well, one of our gurus passed away from COVID, and we need to do samadhi. And he said, yeah, I got a couple of guys in ISKCON. They're experts. So he called them and he said, they're coming. If you pay their car, they're coming. So finally, in a few hours, a car coming. The two guys and looked like Asian, one like Manipuri guy. I said, how many samadhis of sannyasis you make? He said, 20. I said, okay, you're in, you're hired. And I said, don't worry, you sit here, you tell us what to do, because we don't know what to do. You tell us exactly and give the instruction. But what I understood is it was Krishna's will that these people from ISKCON would come and help, and our people that would count on, they didn't appear, and no criticism. But everything was arranged by a certain will. So when you say about how does it work, everything works in Krishna consciousness. So Krishna has past and future, and our previous past and our future, and Krishna has a plan for salvation of every living being. So when we say about people like Siddhanta Maharaj and Shuddha Vaishnava Maharaj came to better place, we know they came to better place. There could not be possible degradation in this life. We know that they're, eternal souls and will meet again in different bodies and different forms and different times. But we know that soul is eternal, and we know that we, in this path, in this divine journey, there might be billions of years or millions of hells. It's not a concern. The concern is that Mahaprabhu is coming to this Kali Yuga to liberate living beings and most fallen living beings. So we might be in that line of most fallen living beings. And it's our fortune to be here today. And, some of the great personalities from our mat are no longer with us. But we know that whatever they are, and there's another story of Prabhupada which give you very clear perception what the guru is. So one time Prabhupada was many times criticized by Gaudiya Math people, sometimes willingly, unwillingly, but one time he'd been passing by from ISKCON Chaitanya Math, and he told his driver stop, and Prabhupada give dandavat from the car and go. Some Chaitanya Math people saw that and they said, hey, this Swami Maharaj is so arrogant, he couldn't even stop and get out of his car and go to his Guru Samadhi. And when this been translated to Prabhupada said, they think their Guru is dead. He said, my Guru is always driving with me on the front seat. I'm in constant connection with my Guru. So if you think your Guru is dead, then your perception of Guru is mundane. He said, they are thinking like I'm every day thinking how to fulfill desire of my Guru. That's what I'm going. I'm going on behalf of my Guru, for the service of my Guru. They want to do the arati to Guru, which is wonderful, but their perception is not the same. So Srila Prabhupada showing us that we're not dealing with some kind of a dead matter. We're dealing with living substance and Krishna consciousness. And it's progressive. It's positive, progressive immortality, as Guru Maharaj say. It's not something mundane and physical. We're not dealing with physical reality. Although sometimes we get very physical with certain people to get them out of property, but that's another story. Unless they're totally crazy. Like if you're mad for Krishna, you're welcome. But if you're totally crazy, you're out. Hey.
Dandavat Maharaj, I have a question.
That's okay. You can ask at the same time all questions.
Some devotees say that the spiritual world is some specific place in the universe, like Goloka Vrindavan is the planet. But some devotees believe that it is like internal, like it's a plane of consciousness. So even like living in this body and this planet, you can be like in a spiritual world, or you can be like in hell or in heaven.
Okay, I got it. It's enough. It's enough, When you have very loving exchange, you don't need to hear a lot, just a few words. Somebody said I'm Krishna, but maybe I'm not. No, you're right. So according the best books about spiritual, Brahmanda I've read from Nazis. One time I was with director of Hamburg Planetarium, the German guy, Mr. Thomas, and he showed me, he said, Swami, I have some Hitler's book about cosmology, Vedic cosmology. You might be excited about that. I look at the book, and then I found the book, and I had a translation of that German book about cosmology. So it's been done by the Nazi team of Ahnenerbe, who've been searching different possibility of traveling between worlds and what the worlds are. And it's, the German scientists, they did pretty good work. But after reading this work, my conclusion, they misunderstood certain things. The another perception what the worlds are in Bhagavad Purana and Agni Purana, other Puranas and commentaries of other, acharyas, such as Madhva Acharya, other acharyas. So it's a whole different thing. Like ISKCON published PhD on that. Like it's many books about Vedic cosmology, which no one can understand, including ISKCON that published. And German scientists, so as well as Avadhut Maharaj. So that means we cannot understand this tattva from objective reality. It's like if you fish that living underwater and everything you see from the mirror of the water and some faces, like how you understand that you're living in one dimension and in your little pond and other beings living in another dimension, another reality, where your pond is just a very little space, and even the physics, the way you move, because you're moving with your tail and your frog. Maybe if you frog, you can come out, but if you fish, you cannot come out. So that means what you're experiencing right now, it's one little particle of dimension. That's why Gurudev many times quote that sloka where you can see Goloka and Gokula and Goluka and Golok. So remember, Babaji Maharaj was walking in Vrindavan and the boys throwing stones at him, and he's telling, "Oh, Krishna, I will complain to Mother Yashoda." So Guru Maharaj, at a certain time of his age, saw what Mahaprabhu is doing in Navadvip. Mahaprabhu is moving towards Navadvip. Guru Maharaj had that vision. So how being in like a physical, let's say, illness or invalidity with the big glasses, you can see what's going on in spiritual world, and I can explain to you. That's Bhaktivinoda Thakur's comment. He said, pure devotee always see divine pastimes in his heart. Consider your heart as YouTube. So when you go to YouTube, you select the topic, maybe news 10 years ago, and you watch that thing. So if you can do this in YouTube, to play back different clips of videos, think about heart of Vaishnava that has all the pastime. Like, it's like we figured out what YouTube is. You upload any lila, any pastimes, any movie, anything. But think of this fragmented pastimes, and at the same time they're complete. So everything fragmented, everything complete. So Purnam Purnayate, everything has complete and fragmented reality. So if we can understand there's YouTube in this world, then what is the world of consciousness? How is that world of consciousness? So when you're entering that YouTube, sometimes your mind is taken by that video. You're watching that movie, you're inside the movie, you're not, and so the difference between pastimes that you're watching, the film and the viewer and observer. And when you do computer games, you're the player. So if these things have been exploited for material benefits like computer games and films and internet, then how to speak about perfect world? The perfect world have to be way more perfect. But the reason I'm explaining these things to you, because if I told you 50 years ago what YouTube is or like computer games, it would make any clue. So now that you can compare this with your experience, you can say, yes, I got it. But 100 years ago, it would be useless to use that language, hard drive, internet, Wi-Fi. It would not make any sense. Then you can understand if we're moving towards world of technology, where we can see things, like, would you believe 5 years ago if I would explain you GPT chat, right? You wouldn't believe it. You say, it's impossible. AI is impossible, but it's possible. If I tell you from 5 years from now, AI will rule you completely, you say it's not possible. Now I'm ruling the AI, but in the 5 years it will rule you. It'll tell you what to do. It knows you better than you are. And you say, well, what is to be done? Well, in a certain time, in a certain world, you have to appreciate what's here and now. So you have to appreciate Krishna consciousness here and today, because tomorrow we don't know what's going to happen. But one thing we know, we're here today at Govinda Mela. You can get a little T-shirt for $20. Anybody want to pay more? It's available. How many T-shirts we sold, Ramachandras?
They're sold out.
Okay.
They're sold out.
Okay, so we're raising the price. Now the next. Well, remember, things start to circulate when there's opportunity. Okay, any other questions, comments?
Avadhut Maharaj.
Yes. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, the mic. Yes.
So Avadhut Maharaj, I still was wondering the answer to that. About why we should worship Srila Govinda Maharaj, Srila Gurudev.
We have to think every day about that. Like, if I give you my straight answer, it may not fulfill you. You have to think, what's your necessity? Can you do it on your own?
No.
What's the need of Guru? Janardhan Maharaj, Govinda Maharaj explained to Janardhan Maharaj. I have to ask Janardhan Maharaj that question again, because I don't fully remember. I was witnessing that. And Govinda Maharaj has explained, but maybe after 30 years it clicked different way to me. Remember, the same things may make completely different meaning. It's like every time you open the Bhagavad or Gita, it may not be the same. Like, like Sudarshan obsessed with one sloka from the Bhagavad. He constantly relished that sloka. But that sloka has different meaning for different people. It may not, he obsessed with that sloka. You hear it, you say, okay, it's nice. May not make sense for you, but, everyone is coming through his own stage of Krishna consciousness and going through his own inner and external and internal drama. And, everybody gets his own credits and points at certain points. So, and that's why Matchita Madgata Pranam, Badhayantas Parasparam, Kathayantas Chamam Nityam, Tushyanti Cham Ramanti Cham, to share that between ourselves. That's the greatest wealth. Because we're not relishing something mundane. We're not talking about Biden, Trump administration, this, that. It's mundane. Putin, Shmutin. So if somebody asked me, oh, you're Russian? Yes, Baba. I like Putin. I said, what's the Putin's wife name? I don't know. I said, Putna. And this Indian guy said, Putna? Ah. I said, Ludmila Putna. You understand who Putin is? If your wife Putna, who you are? And Baba, I'm coming. Just now I'm coming. See, because people have different perception what reality is. If you live in Africa, you're never seeing snow, you love snow. If you live in freaking Siberia, you love Africa. So you're always something you don't have. All right, any other questions? Any donations?
I have a question.
Okay.
Why do you?
Excuse me? Oh, Mike. Okay, you can sing the song.
Not gonna touch you, Maharaj. Well, my question is to you, Maharaj. Why do you follow Srila Govinda Maharaj and serve Srila Govinda Maharaj?
That's a good question. When I met Govinda Maharaj, it was an incredible story. So Pradyumna, a friend of mine, invited me to meet Govinda Maharaj. And there was like Nitya Seva and a few other devotees, Tarun Krishna in New York. They rent a little place in Queens. And Govinda Maharaj late for about 4 or 5 hours. So we wait, and not coming suddenly because Giri Maharaj is, Govinda Maharaj came to Giri Maharaj's place, which was like 4 hours from New York. It's like, hey, come to New York, come to California, like it's like LA and San Francisco. So Govinda Maharaj drove, and because of the New York traffic, he came very late. And certain people left, but certain group of people stay. And I was completely shocked when I saw Govinda Maharaj. First of all, he's coming with Sagar Maharaj and Giri Maharaj, and he looked like women. He doesn't look like a man. He's got this little babushka look, and they carry him. So I think his face is like not like male, not like female, very sweet face. And then he came, and there were several Prabhupada disciples. Then so when Govinda Maharaj started speaking the glories of Srila Prabhupada and spoke so affectionately, it melts people's heart. So finally, when the questions came, I asked Govinda Maharaj, I said, what if I cannot follow all the principles, and should I, like normal thing? Because I thought, if you have to become perfect before you take initiation, I cannot guarantee that, I will be perfect all my life. So Govinda Maharaj told me the story of Shalagram Shila and butcher. One butcher sell meat and put Shalagram Shila as a weight on the scale. And then he told me the story of prostitute that offered Jagannath Prasadam. And that turned my perception of what Krishna consciousness is from what I can accomplish to what the mercy Lord can give you, in spite of how fallen you are. Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate. And remember, we all fallen souls. So the more we try to prove ourselves, our greatness, the more the deeper we fall. Like everything I judge in other people, all imperfections, eventually I discover in myself in a way more, extreme conditions. So if I see somebody's greedy, then I said, hey, I also have greed. If somebody lost, I said, I also lost. So judging others, including yourself, is not a Krishna consciousness. Yeah, self-awareness is good, but Govinda Maharaj has changed my understanding. So I thought, such an amazing person, and I said to Pradyumna, if he comes next time, I should ask him initiation. And Pradyumna said, there may be not next time for you. So jump in the car. So we went to Jairam house in New Jersey, and Govinda Maharaj was there. And morning time, 4 o'clock, I wake up and I came to him, and there were a few other people, and I said, blah, 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 I'm like, that's what I am, actually. I ask you if I can connect, and he said yes. And I thought he needn't deny me. He doesn't even know who I am. Because, the ISKCON story was like you have to get a letter of recommendation from the senior cleaner to the senior cook. Like you have to run around and get approved by everyone, which is not a bad idea. But I said, this person is not really judging, and he doesn't even know who I am. And he's giving me so much mercy. Then how can be ungrateful? So after taking initiation, I think we kind of like run away with my friend. And it took me some time to think who the guru is and what the guru is. And, as we say, the book Sri Guru and His Grace. So to be able to appreciate Guru, it's not an easy thing. And now, after some time, when we were with Siddhanta Maharaj, we took sannyas almost together. And Gurudev gave me a bunch of beads and told me, like, now you're going to go to Russia and start preaching and initiate people in my behalf, and after I die, you become their guru. I was like, I'm not really... I never thought of myself being guru. I mean, that was never my plan. And I definitely don't see this is now. But what he told me, like, you have to take care of them. And after I'm not going to be here, you have to continue taking care of them. Then I thought, okay, I understand. Well, I'm not bringing people to myself. Rather, I connected them with Srila Govinda Maharaj, and I'm, trying to follow his instruction to take care of them. And it sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't work. And, like most of my disciples that are considered, I'm considered them as my friends, not as like my, I never, they love me and I love them. But, like somebody like Rupa, they're completely off road. They go off road. The pilots, the helicopter drivers, they fly. They don't go by the rules of this. So they're on Cosmos TV. Cosmos, it's space. And I thought, yeah, it's easier to me to deal with people like that than to deal with a bunch of intellectuals and a bunch of, pretenders and things. And still, I'm thinking, this is a family of Govinda Maharaj. Now we have children, grandchildren, we have people like Nasi Maharaj, Sri Leka, the dinosaurs of Krishna consciousness, and then we got, like, British gentleman like Madhusudan Maharaj, he's a British perfect gentleman. But we also need to be something for imperfect people. Remember, like, what is criticism to me always? Oh, Avadhut Maharaj is not orthodox. Like, I think I'm going to, like, Vaishnava festival, I bring my dhoti, I bring my uttariya, but I said, I really like this women pants. I bought them and they're very cheap. Because they're saffron. And I went to this Indian store and I thought, why is that, like, they're not making good clothes for men. The best clothes be done for women. So I said, I buy it. I don't care. Women pants, it's okay. It's all right. Why? Because things are sometimes not the way they are. Giorgio Armani, he creates revolution in the clothing business and inventing women's suit and inventing so many things. Giorgio Armani was a military man and he was decorator, but he had taste for fabric, for clothes. He had understanding of what the clothes could be like, because before Giorgio Armani, certain men's clothes was horrible. It was always like this thing, like he looked like a soldier. So he made everything smooth, and so he kind of like see different way. Like think of this, even in the clothing business, you can see things different, and you become Giorgio Armani. I don't know if it makes sense for you, Giorgio Armani, because sometimes you talk to fashion students and you give an example of their, great couturier, the people who create clothing or create decorations or create technical things. So Krishna consciousness is a very creative process, actually. Like, our ladies spoke about, making dress for Radharani. And, it takes like little creativity to come up with amazing ideas and express themselves in the best possible way of the fashion, but not for themselves. Like you see, it's not a self-centered, it's Krishna-centered, Krishna consciousness. How Radharani will look, how Krishna will look. And that's what bringing joy to devotees. Yeah, not like how I'm going to dress. Who cares? But how do we dress Krishna? How do we take care of devotees? What do we cook for the deities? How we, do for the service of others, Vaishnavas, etc. Like, see, Ramachandra, he's in hospitality, but he's trying to cook and give everybody food because he's good at that, and by his size, you can understand he loved that food. So normally when you get a slim cook, don't trust it. You have to have taste for prasadam to be able to give prasadam. So when I see the Indian slim cook, I said, is it this guy really knows how to eat? So you have to have some taste. And that will print in your heart. So then you can understand. One time with Ramachandra, we traveled in Crimea, and he tried to impress us. And, there was nothing to eat. So Ramachandra went, collect some peaches, chocolate, and he made barbecue peaches pears with chocolate, right? Yeah, peaches with chocolate, barbecue peaches with chocolate. Devotees were shocked. Because, he can cook on friend, like, add some chocolate and do some, like, peaches and, like, taste amazing. I never had it before. So that means in Krishna consciousness, it's always like that. It comes in a particular way. But anybody, so I don't know how much time we have. I tell you one thing. So one time when I took sannyas, some devotees invited me to Ukraine. And there was a new guy. And I said, so where do we preach? He said, in the chess school. The very center of, Ukrainian town, Zaporozhye, the chess club where they play chess. I said, okay, that's fine. What time? He said, I rented from 11 o'clock in the morning till 11 o'clock at night. I said, okay. So I wake up in the morning, I cook, I eat, because I know I have to eat lunch and dinner at the same time. And I went to that place. So I'm speaking 11 hours a day, like from 11 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock. People coming, they're coming, leaving, new people coming. So, but I said, okay, I'm going to speak everything I know. So I speaking nonstop, and some people coming, some people sleeping. So there was one old woman, maybe like 90 years old, came every day. She sit down in front of me, and she's like... So after 7 days of my saptaha, I asked her a question. I said, what bring you here every day? And she's like, oh, my son, I've been passing by, but I'm dressing in the saffron dress, look like women dress. She said, I saw you like a dress like a doctor. And I said, I haven't slept for 25 years. I enter and immediately got into sleep. So I start coming every day, and my sleep is start coming. 25, I could not sleep. So every time I come and sleep, I said, then my conclusion was, whatever I do, it works on some level. Yes?
One last question from my part. How many times did Gurudeva visit Russia?
I think 8 or 9 times. We had some fun. I'll tell you one interesting story. So one time Gurudev came And he had to go back. And it was October. And Russian, October, November, December, so snow comes November. And Gurudev told us, I never seen the snow. I've never seen the snow here. Show the pictures. Next day, everybody wake up. There was snow at that night. And it melt during the day. But night, it was a snow. And Gurudev said, yes, Krishna showed me the snow. That's miracle. I mean, there's never snow that time. But his divine presence gave a lot of things. So one time my father came to Govardhan with Gurudev. And my father is like, he's not very disciplined, not like me. So my father like went to sleep, and nighttime he heard bell, bam, 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 you know, arati. So he wake up, put his dress, put his tilak, and then there's no sound. So he looked at the clock. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and arati started about 4:30, so 1.5 hours. And he was like, "Wow." But he's ready. He said, okay, you know, it's no point of taking off the dress, so let me lie down. And he went to sleep. And at that moment, he saw a dream. They're walking around Gurudev in Govardhan. Parikrama. It was Govinda Maharaj. And they sit down somewhere, and he saw a little child crawling, naked child, like, you know, like little child but naked. And my father took that child and covered him in his chadar. He said because it was very cold in the morning, and that child very cold. And that my ex-wife said to my father, you bring Gopal. And interestingly, that child told to my father some weird words. And my father was very shocked and wake up and blah, 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 then talk to Gurudev, and Gurudev didn't say anything. But that child said to my father, like he said, oh, tell your son that Lenin is demon. And interestingly, in my office, I had an old Soviet portrait of Lenin, which I put him tilak and saffron dress. And I said, study, like study Shastra. But when my father came from India, I picked him up in the airport. He had this Gopal, which he got in Govardhan. And then he realized what this little child told him. And he started screaming at me. He said, why you put Vaishnava tilak, you know, holy Vaishnava thing on this demon? And then he told me the story. And I realized, yeah, this guy is a complete demon. Like, why do I have to really give him anything? So kind of offense from my side. But from another side, see, we live in a world of consciousness where everything connects. And we live in a world where things can reveal to you in a different way, but it's not necessarily the way you want it. And those puzzles and pieces will not come in one time, one story. So, you know, don't try to get all the objective answers in one talk. Remember, it's subjective evolution of consciousness. It's not that you will understand everything, or you get to know everything, or you need to know everything. You just keep your Krishna consciousness, keep going, and eventually things will be revealed to you in the way Krishna wants. Sounds very enthusiastic. Remember, this rest of people just sleeping like. And Avadhut Maharaj is boo, 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 boo. Okay, anybody has any provocative questions? Okay, I know you like to provoke things.
Maharaj, what's your feeling about these like international festivals within our mission that, you know, you used to have the Veda life and Govinda Mela here, or Villa Govinda, or the festival in Thailand.
Yes.
How do you think in this time, post Gurudev's manifest pastimes, how this can help unite us as a whole, as a mission? How do you think that contributes to that?
Well, remember, we unite by consciousness. And, you know, certain things I thought... I asked one devotee when... Remember, we did Vedic planetarium, so I asked one ISKCON guru, and I said, isn't Prabhupada want us to work together? And this devotee said, yeah, that's true, but you have to be very sincere for that. Remember, it's about a particular sincerity level. Like some people just, you know, want to be a leader. They want to lead. And they have an ambition, which is not bad. So, you know, somebody has an ambition to do something, and he does it. And somebody has another ambition. But, you know, in time, to me, I look at these things very philosophically. Because I understood, like, it's very difficult to put people on the same page. Because sometimes in the heart they're on the same page, but their ego or their perception about how to get things done is different. So that does not mean that it's right or wrong. It just means, you know, whatever the two intelligent people, there might be different opinions. So remember, Gurudev said, collaborate with those who are seeking collaboration. And I believe that's a great advice of Gurudev because, like, you know, remember, I used to invite everybody to our festivals. Like we got a bunch of people from Soquel and people from all over the world come to Russia with Govinda Maharaj because I thought if Govinda Maharaj will come with entourage like Janardhan Maharaj, Ashram Maharaj, you know, how much people will realize the glories of Govinda Maharaj. And I understood he got this charismatic personality that just everybody's accepted. Just like, you know, many times I spoke in Thailand with a Buddhist monk. I said, who is Buddha? And they said, oh, he's an ordinary man that achieved perfection. I said, I'm also an ordinary man. Can you worship me? They said, no. I said, so why is that everybody worship Buddha? Although he's ordinary man, but nobody really want to worship me or you or somebody else. And obviously that Buddha has that divine position that everybody is accepting. So when Govinda Maharaj was in our mission, nobody would challenge Govinda Maharaj, neither any of the sannyasis or leaders, because Govinda Maharaj was an unchallengeable position. Now, in our society, you don't have that center thing. You don't have that center person. Somebody say, Avadhut Maharaj, somebody say, oh, you know, everybody has a narrative, which is fine. So you don't have that charismatic personality. But, you know, if you really look at Acharya Maharaj, he's been like an absolute for a certain group of people, which is fine. Like right now, they're trying to promote Nirihi Maharaj as absolute. And I said, that's fine. We need the young leaders, we need an Indian leaders. But you know what? Did you put him on your altar? He said, no. I said, so then that means you are promoting him for somebody else, not for you. And my altar still Govinda Maharaj is there. It's not that I don't recognize this person or that person. I fully recognize everybody. But my point is like, due to your spiritual connections, your heart connect with certain personalities that you accept. Like, there's many great devotees in ISKCON. No one's equal to Prabhupada. There's no like Prabhupada of ISKCON nowadays, right? And nobody even thinking of that. Yeah, like Radhanath Swami has maybe thousands of followers. So in outside world, he's maybe number one guy to represent Krishna consciousness for others. He can meet the Prime Minister of England and the Hollywood stars, and he do it better than anybody of us. But no one accepting somebody as Prabhupada. And that's okay. We know Prabhupada is Prabhupada. Govinda Maharaj is Govinda Maharaj. Guru Maharaj is Guru Maharaj. We don't have to play that role. You know, if you want to accept somebody on that level, that's fine. But that will not be accepted by all our society. And that's okay. Like you have to understand, I'm guru for certain people. But certain people, I'm like their grandson or like their son. You know, some like local ladies say, yeah, yeah, this naughty boy, I remember he was coming to kitchen, you know. I gave him some chapati, you know, like, you know, remember Saraswat, she's always giving you like sandwich when you on the way out, like mother. And like, what do you tell to Saraswat? Like, I am the guru. And like, my grandson, get the hell out of here. Because she's like your mom, you know. So Saraswat is like my mom. Like certain ladies in our mission, they're like mom. When I look at Divya Shakti or, you know, or other ladies, I think they're like my mom. They're like, you know, and they love me on that level. So, you know, if I'm going to play this guru BS, that's not going to work. But for some people, I come and I play like I'm an important guy. That's okay. Not here. So, like, you know, so, you know, Janardhan Maharaj is like amazing person, but everybody knows him here. Like, he doesn't have to, you know, do another show to establish himself. He's already established. Or like Hashipriya, he doesn't have to be at every program, but everybody knows Hashipriya is the program. Like, do you understand? So if you expect Hashipriya to be at every program, then how is this operations running? With somebody on the back. You know, so, you know, then you have to also factor these things in. Like, I enter here, I see beautiful place taken care of. It's not that easy to maintain temple for so many years. Not that easy. That means you have to recognize certain things. And this is called Krishna consciousness. So whoever will be the next Prabhupada or Vishnupad or Babapad, it's okay. I don't have any problem with it. And so, like, you have to understand, in our mission now, so many gurus. And they tell me, like, oh, they're like this guru, that guru. I said, for billion Chinese, how many gurus you need? Million? America is what, 200 million people? How many gurus you need for America? Anybody willing to become Prabhupada? Give up everything? Yeah. You'll find your audience. You'll find your followers. Like, you know, whether you go to... So when I was Salt Lake City, I said, in this condition, every guru comes to Salt Lake City with their own ideas. Well, but Salt Lake City people have also their own ideas, so why not to connect with Nyasi Maharaj? So there are some people who took initiation from Nyasi Maharaj, but we all know who Nyasi Maharaj is. We know there's a surrender soul, and we know he doesn't have any like big ego. He doesn't play his avatar thing. He's like sincere Vaishnava, and he connecting with Gurudev. So to me, that's absolutely acceptable at this point. Why? Because that's the situation right now. That if tomorrow somebody become a great exalted soul, you know, remember the time of Govinda Maharaj, there were like Janardhan Maharaj could initiate and other people could, and Goswami Maharaj could initiate. But time showed that Govinda Maharaj was supreme personality at that time. And again, did everybody recognize that? No. That was ISKCON Guru coming to see Govinda Maharaj. But did they recognize his divine position? No. So even Krishna, interestingly, when Mahaprabhu or Krishna was present in this world, he had an opposition. He had somebody who's not accepting Krishna. So think of this: if God, Supreme God's coming to the world, there'll be a bunch of people complaining about him. So sometimes Shishupal and Dantavakra speak, you know, with the, you know, Duryodhana and all the, you know, all the demonic kings. And when they would describe the Krishna, they would go to ecstasy. And then Shalya would remind them, hey, we just have to worship Shiva. Why you talk too much Krishna, Krishna, Krishna this, Krishna that? You just focus on Shiva and we'll definitely be victorious. Whoever worships Shiva achieve all kind of victory. So even the demons would be overwhelmed with glorifying Krishna, but you know, their consciousness, they were in rasa of enemies, a competitive rasa. So from the rasa analysis, you know, be competitors, not bad. I always say to some great personalities. Okay, you build your temple, you invite us to take prasadam, we'll be happier. You know, because we know it's to maintain the place. It's not like to be loyal to the moment where you're alone in arati. That's what counts. That's why, see, I'm accepting things in one way that things are not supposed to go the way I want. Like I thought, I maybe come back to Ukraine. Now maybe I never come back to Ukraine. God knows. Because, you know, anybody Russian, not allowed. I thought, I maybe come back to Russia. But with the new law, they give me 10 years of jail. Why? Because it's the new law. I'm not pro-Russian guy. And I don't care about this war because I understand it's all set up. It's a big business, shorting population. So neither Russia, Ukraine. But this is condition. So you don't have to like, you cannot even explain social truth, what to speak about spiritual truth. So, you know, in the social world, you get yet 10 years of prison for your opinion. So, you know, then I have to accept things. Okay, what should I do? Where do I go? You know, I would be now in Russia because in Russia I have 5-6 festivals, big festivals. Ukraine, 20,000 people. You know, a couple, like in Festival of India, we started in Moscow, 300,000 people coming in 2 weeks. 300,000 people. We started this festival. Now it's a big festival supported by Indian community. I've started this with elephants and a bunch of devotees with kirtan and prasadam 25 years ago. And 25 years ago, it's become big federal festival, Days of India. And they know I've started. So every time I invite, they tell me, this guy started this festival. It was not by government, not everybody else. And it's been taken over by Indian Association, which I'm happy with because they're dealing with the government licenses and things. They wouldn't give it to Hare Krishnas right now. But every time they have Ratha Yatra, they have our, like, we always welcome at that event. And we don't have to do anything. Just come and set up domes and decorations and chant. And they're happy with us. But I'm here in Govinda Mela. It was not my plan. I didn't came to Govinda Mela. It's just happened to be here. And like I'd be here maybe tomorrow afternoon. We're coming back with Srila Krishna because he need to get to work. So I said, okay, I'll visit devotees. I'm, you know, excited to see Vaishnavas and their children, grandchildren, and associate. And I was not expecting like to be a speaker here. You know, I was like, I'm not coming with a program. You know, I'm just coming here to visit my friends and family, as Govinda Maharaj would say. But, you know, mercifully, they give me the microphone. They put me on stage. You know, I understand it's after lunch, the nap time, but it's okay. I can feel the hole, you know.
Maharaj, we've been starving for your association. Yes. Way too long.
You know, tell you honestly, I preach every day. You have to understand, I preach every freaking day. Like some people listening to me for years. And I do sometimes speak incredible things. I'm impressed. No, you don't understand because it's not me. I'm impressed with not myself. Actually, I'm not impressed with myself, but what comes out sometimes, I'm impressed because this is the quality of Krishna consciousness when you start relishing things. When you like crypto mining in quantum physics, this consciousness, you will have to say something new because it will come to your heart. And it normally comes by the association of devotees. So I was invited to Pyramid House near Shimhananda Prabhu, and his beautiful wife, she's Ukrainian. And they told me, hey, Swami, why don't you preach here? And I said, I'm not going to preach in ISKCON Namahat. I said, why? I said, because it's your Namahat. You guys preach, and I preach to you. Because if I come to ISKCON Center, I'll take over. No, honestly, I know. If I come anywhere, I'll take over naturally. And then people say, oh, this guy came and he took over the ISKCON Namahat. So why I have to do that? No, I just go there, I meet devotees, I stay with them, and anything they can ask me, we can share. And they were very happy. They said, "Oh, thank you for being with us." Because I said, "Why do I have to take over ISKCON Namaha? Then I have to explain things, and like, I better preach to you. You're Prabhupada disciple. Okay, give the general talk. It's fine. You need to ask questions. You can say, hey." And I don't like really lay trips on them. Because, tell you honestly, it's not what we're looking for. Govinda Maharaj said relief work. We're coming here to relieve. We're seeking relief from our politics. We got few politicians in our mission. I'm not going to go quote their name, but to me, they're just politicians. They do diversity. So I gave up on this long time ago because I'm not interested in that. The politics will always find what's difference, and what's great about. Like when they told me, "Oh, now the Nirehi Maharaj," I said, "Yeah, I like the guy. If you read all the books of Sridhar Maharaj and Govinda Maharaj, I think he'll be amazing." But you know what? Govinda Maharaj took 40 years to train by Sridhar Maharaj. So if you accept him as your future, then invest some training into the guy. When I met him, I said, "Maharaj, I'm excited about your spiritual thing. Why don't you translate books of like Sridhar Maharaj to like Bengali and, Bihari? We need that books for India." I don't speak Bengali, I don't speak Bihari, but you are. And now with GPT chat, it's the matter of like pressing button and like edit it. And then we got all the teachings of our gurus in Indian languages. Tamil, Malayalam, Gujarati. You need to put all of that. And you need to be an Indian guy to be able to inspire Indian people, because Indian people, they're as racist as Americans. And you know that. They will not accept. I mean, you need to understand Indian people. When you give donations, they take you seriously. But when you go to Vrindavan, to like kitchen, they don't take you seriously. If you become Pujari in Vrindavan, they don't like that. And I get it, because they want to keep tradition. They have rules. That's why Sridhar Maharaj, he would keep brahmachari male as a Pujari. He wouldn't want to have Western people give class, because he has Brahminical samskar. He doesn't want a bunch of mlechas. But as a devotee, remember, like, worship the deity, it's a Brahminical thing. Chant Hare Krishna is another story. That's why Govinda Maharaj, you don't understand what Govinda Maharaj did to break out to that, like sitting with everybody, eating from the plate, Govinda Maharaj really, like Vidya Bhushan, he's from Brahmana family. But his humility, so not only like Russians or Ukrainians or Americans, everybody's racist in their own way. Try to bring a bunch of white people to, Latin America, they'll tell you you're gringo. They play mridanga better than you are, and that's okay. So diversity is not a bad thing. And for Indian people to keep honor of their culture is not a bad thing. So that's why they don't let you into Jagannath temple, and thanks God. Because you have to have samskar, next life. And it's not a bad thing. It's just the way world is. So my point is, like, you don't like go and try to demand your rights. You demand your duties. You have no rights, as Guru Maharaj say. You only have duties. So think of your duties. Your rights will be granted you, next life and afterlife. In this life, you have the duties. So then Gurudev came here, give you Krishna. You worship that Krishna. Like in the most intimate way, not in any other way. So appreciation of that would be your ultimate goal. Don't complain why you're not allowed to Jagannath temple. And that story, famous story about Jagannath Prasad. So I don't want to quote some names, but some famous ISKCON guru came with a bunch of people to Puri and start complaining, "Oh, we're devotees, you're not letting us in." So one pandit took Jagannath Prasad and threw it to dogs. He said, "You go eat it." And this guru said, "Me?" And that pandit went, took prasadam from dogs and eat it, and said, "You see, that's why we don't let you in the temple, because Jagannath Prasad never contaminated. and your consciousness contaminated. You don't understand what prasad is. So we give you prasad outside and you pray to Pachit Pavan, but you don't have to come inside. Don't be, like remember, Haridas Thakur never went to Jagannath Mandir. So if Haridas Thakur, who's Brahma Haridas, never went there, so why do we have to demand things we're not, and that does not means that Jagannath is not merciful. In time of Ratha Yatra, you can come and embrace him. So everything has its own position, and that's why it says Krishna Bhakti Rasa Bhavitamati Kriyati Yati Kutopya Labhyate Atra Laila Makamulya Makalam Janma Koti Sukritai Nalabhyate. You have to develop your desire for Krishna consciousness. That's what counts. Not what you are and not where you are. It's like, what's your desire? Remember, Saraswati Thakur, when people ask him political questions about different groups of Gaudiya Math, what was answered? There's no rasa. Like, where is the rasa? Where's the sweetness? Where's the mellow of heart exchange? And Govinda Maharaj would used to say, I'm not a drain inspector. Yeah, everybody wants to say something about somebody, it's the normal gossip of the people. But Govinda Maharaj said, I'm not a drain inspector. I'm not looking for that information, the news about failures of devotees. I'm, source of inspiration and love and affection. And, that's, Govinda Maharaj was not easy to keep this, in the world, especially in the last part of his life, when he's literally been abused by certain people, being almost like invalid. So if Jesus Christ was betrayed, as Govinda Maharaj was betrayed by certain people, then, what's the story about us? We need to look at this point, like what can we do, how we can keep it pure, what is our service, how we can keep our loyalty to our guru, how we can move in a group, in a certain group. Not everybody have to be in a certain group, at least, we have Salt Lake devotee group, one group, run by a particular group of people, the Soquel group. And, so when I came to America, I have one blessing of Govinda Maharaj to open a temple in America. I didn't came to Soquel. I said, okay, we'll try to do LA. We'll try to stir that place. I don't want to open next door to Soquel. I said, okay, we're doing domes, we're doing this. We'll try how far we're going to make it. Not easy. So when we came to Thailand, we also thought, okay, let's try to do it. There are other devotees in Thailand thought things going to go their way, but it didn't work out. So they started their own Vaishnava festival. God bless their soul. And it has nothing to do with me. Because I understand, in a competitive spirit, not everybody accepts you. Like, I met one very great ISKCON devotee from Nepal. He opened 50 centers in Nepal. His name's Patri Prabhu. And he's like guru to Nepal. He speaks Nepalese, he speaks Hindi. He's my age, and he's there for 30 years. So he did open more temples in Nepal than any of the guru of ISKCON. And he's an ISKCON guy. And they don't let him to be guru. He's in line. So he's already opened 50 temples, but he's in line for sannyas, or he's in line for recognition. And, I told him, I said, this is a synagogue. They're not going to recognize you that easy. It's going to take years. And he understands that. So he's doing his tour in America and inspiring. He's a very inspiring guy. Beautiful kirtan, knows some things. Some things he don't know, but that's not a matter. So when I saw him, I saw how enthusiastically he's tried to preach. And, I noticed some people, his followers, so I came to appreciate him. Why? Because we need to appreciate other devotees. This is what our aim is, to appreciation. Try to appreciate Janardhan Maharaj. He's doing amazing. He's been here. He's doing amazing. At a certain point, he's been inspiring many gurus. Try to appreciate Nirehi Maharaj, who's a young guy, got into a very difficult situation with his life and trying to, continue his service and, appreciation. That's what matter. I'm sorry, I don't want to be political. I just want to say that appreciation, that's what really makes our united and makes our move into Krishna consciousness. But anybody has any donations, I'm happy to accept it. See, you're laughing. That makes you, this guy's a jerk. Yes, Sankarshan Prabhu, $10. Thank you. Okay, anybody has any argument, provocative questions? Like I know Ramachandra asked. But his question is actually not provocative. I would ask much more provocative questions.
What did you do with Lenin's picture?
Yeah, it's just in the garbage. By Krishna's will, he achieved his own position. In the trash hole of history. Yes.
Maharaj, Dandavats Maharaj. You said something about you said that when things are always going bad for you, isn't that what happens with people who are always trying to do something for Krishna, like the Pandavas? They always had some wrong things happening in their lives, and like the great devotee. So when sad things happen in our lives, shouldn't we just accept it and go on and know that we're on the right track?
That's Sudarshan's favorite sloka. He's always trying to think this way. Whether that's true or not, that's depending on your level of surrender. Remember, one time in Aranya Parva in Mahabharata, Yudhishthira speaking with Draupadi about tolerance. And at that time, they're completely kicked out of their kingdom and they've lost everything. And Draupadi say, if I would be just more tolerant, we wouldn't be kicked out. And Yudhishthira said, if I would be just more tolerant, I would not, gamble and do things. So certain things you understand when you lost everything. And certain conditions. And it's not what the conditions are, it's how you're accepting them.
Like so, you talked about how, about betrayal with Gurudev and things like that. But, when it happens to you and it keeps happening and you just have to accept it.
Well,
it's kind of like a different mood what they were talking about in Salt Lake City. Like Sri Lanka always mentions that, and Sudarshan always mentions it. But it's happened to me so many times in my so-called devotional life. How can we keep from being discouraged in continuing with a certain type of service, or your certain service, like the whole thing with me, with my service collection. It's just kind of hard to explain. I'm a little shy about it, but sometimes.
See, whatever you gave is yours. Whatever keep to yourself has nothing to you. Your sacrifice, your sincere sacrifice measured by Krishna, whatever has been done on the level of self-interest, is not really a self-interest because you act into a false identity. So your sacrifice, that's what matters. What you've done in your own benefit, normally it's against you.
Can you repeat that again, Mother?
Yeah, what you've done in your own benefit, normally it's against you because you're doing this for mundane purpose. You're a mundane avatar, mundane identity. And what you've done out of your heart and self-sacrifice and self-expression is normally done for Guru, Krishna, and Vaishnavas. So in this regard, one thing you should know that what you sacrifice, Krishna say, Bhoktaryam yagya tapasyam sarvaleki maheshwaram, sarvaloka maheshwaram. I am the acceptors of all the yagyas and all the yad jahasi yatatnasi yad dadasi tapasiyat. Whatever you do, whatever you give, whatever you sacrifice, remember it's for me. So in this sloka of the Gita will justify your sacrifice. Because somebody may appreciate, may not. Somebody may even misuse your funds or abuse your generosity, but that's not for that person you've done it. You've done it for the grace of Guru and Krishna, and that is the sacred cow which no one can eat, even non-Hindus.
But in your heart, heart, you're trying to pray and be sincere. I don't know if this is.
Yes, and your heart, you have to accept sometimes things. Yes, I've done this for Krishna and for Guru, the ultimate Guru and ultimate Krishna. And sometimes it's been appreciated by others or not. Like I told you, even Krishna was like, jealous and chastised, and what to speak about you and me. We're not perfect. Like our imperfection is so visible, it's not visible to us. So you live in a world of exploitation, technically live in a prison, so you're expecting things in prison go the way they go in heaven. It doesn't work this way. Like according to Bhakti Vinod Thakur, the worst perception about God has been given by religious people. They started the religious wars and they killed in the name of Jesus or Krishna, whatever, and they did all the horrible things. So that's why a lot of people said, I have nothing to do with God because, his devotees are horrible. But that's why Krishna say, Yemi Bhakta Jana Partha, I don't believe Hare Krishnas. Mad Bhakta Paramam Bhakta. I believe devotee of my devotee. So you had devotion or you have devotion to your teacher, to your guru. It's the individual connection with you and Krishna. And you've done for his satisfaction. All right, so maybe you put something in a jar and somebody takes something or eat from that jar, rat or dog, and stealing some of your offerings from Krishna's plate. And so what? That's not, what you've done. So your life is service judged by Guru and Krishna. And that's finally what will end up as yours is what you sacrifice. What has been eaten by somebody else or misused by somebody else has nothing to do with your sacrifice. Right. Remember, behind everything is Krishna.
Yeah, because you can't be attached.
Like I just want to tell you one thing. At the time when the Gurudev was sick, some devotees were stealing money from him. Because he was sick, he could not count the cash. Does that mean that money were stolen from that devotees that gave it to him? No, it was stolen from that person who stolen them. That this person that stolen him killed his sukriti, kill his fortune. You understand? Yes. So if you give to Gurudev $100 and somebody steals this $100, that's not your money. It's your gift has been accepted by Krishna. Remember, it's been accepted, it's been processed. So now pull up your credit card, give me your 4 digits. So do you understand? That's your sacrifice. That's what you've done. And you had pure intention not to misuse, not to abuse. And that's why in religious life, there's a lot of abuses going on. There's always misusing. There's always somebody. But that is not for the favor of those who are doing sacrifice. You understand?
Yes.
So that devotees are innocent. If your sacrifice is sincere, that is accepted by Krishna. And that's what you should think like this. You should think, I'm trying to do what I'm best. And of course, obviously, nobody likes to be misused, neither funds or service or abused by exploit. But we live in a world of exploitation. So one way or another way, we involve in certain groups of exploitation. And there are some devotees. And, some devotees working their asses off, and some devotees come and eat. It's a different level of sacrifice, participation. But those who participate on deep level, I always talk about festivals. So some small group of devotees cooking and preparing festival, and a lot of people come to enjoy. Who gets more benefit? Somebody say, hey, I went there, free food, wow, amazing, nice show, dance, I had a good time. And somebody's like, had no time to eat, had no time to go to show, had no time to anything. But that person will feel inner satisfaction. Remember, Govinda Maharaj wrote letter, inner fulfillment, not pleasure. Mm-hmm. So when mother sacrificed the milk for the baby, she feel inner fulfillment. And when you're watching drama and you're crying on TV, your heart is fulfilled. So that's meaning of, remember, if you look at the Krishna's life, so Madhvacharya give commentary, why did everybody die during Mahabharata? Why Krishna made his family died? And it says, what Madhvacharya says? He said, if the great heroes would not die at that time, they would not allow Kali Yuga to happen. Remember, Kali Yuga where the leaders allow this complete misuse of people. Our religious leaders, including our mission. It's a Kali Yuga mission. Or like ISKCON. There was Prabhupada. ISKCON could be 100 times more better if people would not fight for their little stupid position. Everybody would have enough, disciples or glory, but because people did not use their energy for expansion. Even our society, look, everybody here can preach, but they don't. Why? They don't feel necessity. But if they preach, everybody's here a preacher. You think I become a preacher like this? No, I work my ass off. I listened to Chaitanya Charitamrita maybe 25 times. I start preaching when I was 23, the time you saw me with curling hair, and I'm preaching to this day every day. I'm not excellent, I'm not the best, but I do it. So when you do something all the time, you get good at that, even if you're not so talented. I spoke with Vaidehi. Since her childhood, she's a media person. She's a natural media person. She could be like a YouTuber, $1 billion YouTuber. Maybe worse for spiritual life, but she has skills. Mm-hmm. Anytime she can get it, but now questions how you use your skills for Krishna consciousness, not for yourself. See, it's very rare to use your skills. Everybody has skills for themselves, but how you use the skills for Krishna consciousness, how you become contributor, how you can become a giver. See, basically you're a dancer. What make you go chase people on parking lots? You and Bimal. What is that inner hankering? I hate ask money. When I said about donate, I'm just making joke. I hate ask donations. Like recently, my Vyasa Puja is same as Vyasa Purnima. So I never do my Vyasa Puja. I do Vyasa Purnima, like the day of Guru. And people send me donations. And I told them, please don't send me money. Send money to temples, because I know in Ukraine now, they need to buy food, they need to buy coal. So if you want to donate something to me, I'm already too fat, I will survive. Sudha Krishna will drive me. I survive. You won't believe what I went through, but I didn't die. But you know what? If you want to appreciate me, what I've done, appreciate devotees and temples and things that we need to maintain. And that's normal feeling, because you want to see contribution to people. And, they're grateful, they appreciate. So contribution and service, and that's something that make us what we are. And going away from that make us what we're not. So, so the lucky those who are, follow that Bhaktariyam Yagya Tapasyam Sarvaloki Maheshwara. That's your fortune. Your fortune is to be a giver, not the taker. And your dignity, your sacrifice, your life. How much praise people that sacrifice their life for the countries. Whether it's India or America, they worship them. And they don't even know who they sacrifice for. Look at the Ryan, the Private Ryan Salvation film. The drama of that film is somebody dying for a guy he does not even know. And that's what war is. And that's that's a real definition of this life. That some people sacrifice for freedom. And freedom, is there freedom in this country? Yeah. There were some freedom, but it's been taken over and misused. But still, some people did not go for the negative. They go for the positive aspect. If I'll tell today, the nation of America is in trouble. We need some people who willing to die and kill themselves for that. I can guarantee you there'll be hundreds of people step and say, yes, I'm willing to sacrifice for this country. I love it. So, but that's not like Krishna consciousness. That's already one level. But think of this Supreme Lord Mahaprabhu coming to liberate everybody, and you're making your little step, and you become a little kitchen or a Tulsi worshipper or this or that, or you be part of that. little community to keep the flame of divine fire. And remember, this is the only place where Radha Krishna and Mahaprabhu worship in California. Remember, like Prabhupada said, America is the most important country in the world. And Gurudev said, God bless America. And Gurudev gave you that God that bless America. It's here. It's not somewhere else. It's not through the Satan worshippers in Washington, D.C. or New York bank, abusers and screwers. That's here in California. Nobody even knows it exists. But, it requires some sukriti, vijanti, sumedasah. Like, it doesn't mean that you came from India, you understand Mahaprabhu. I was recently met one gentleman from Gujarat, and I said, "Oh, you Gujarat? We'll talk about Dwarka, Revaitaka Mountain, Prabhasa. We spoke many things." And I started explaining him about Krishna. I said, "Do you know what's the difference between Krishna and Dwarka and Krishna and Vrindavan?" He couldn't barely explain. Then I started explaining him, and he was shocked. And he said, "I'm Indian. I'm born in Gujarat. We are devotees of Krishna. I never heard this representation of these ideas." I said, "Yes, because it's coming from devotees, our gurus. We're so fortunate to be connected with that kind of Krishna. Nanda Nandan, Yashoda Nandan, Mahaprabhu. Not a joke, not avatar. Swayam Bhagavan, Sakshat Dharitvina Samastra Shastra." And so many things discussed in the Bhagavad and other sacred texts. But you have to have some taste for that. If there's no taste for Tavakatamritam Tatta Jivanam, if there's no taste for the Katamritam, then you're like a dry mouth of COVID. And if you COVID dry mouth, then means like you're diseased by material virus of material existence. And Guru Maharaj talk about Chataka bird who's inquiring the nectar, not drinking water, from the earth, ground. This groundwater has been polluted by, the bathrooms of material existence, because it's already been chewed and processed. So then you try to chew it again. It's the same thing. It's not something new. But the divine stream of Krishna consciousness, that's what comes to your heart. And that's what will fulfill your heart. So Gurudev say inner fulfillment. Gurudev had very clever ideas. Inner fulfillment. What's inner fulfillment? What does that mean really? Yes, it's something that fulfill you, but from inside. Not the pleasure-giving thing, not the enjoyment from mundane point of view, unpacking your new gift from Amazon, not your temporarily, belly-fulfilling thing by eating pizza or ice cream at a discount place, which we all love, because it's cheaper, twice cheaper than it should be. So we're on the hook of Santa Cruz pizza. One time Janar Maharaj told me like, "Hey, let's go eat pizza." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because it's cheaper today." Then you can understand Mahaprabhu reduce price of holy name. When Mahaprabhu come to Varanasi, Mahaprabhu said, coming to Varanasi, and Varanasi, it's the oldest city in the world of Lord Shiva himself. There's like presence of Shiva's body, Kashi Vishwanath, Kedarnath, it's so amazing place. And there's like one side of the ghost, one side of the humans, and all these ancient temples. So Mahaprabhu is coming there. Not a joke. But he's also thinking, I'm bringing here a super valuable gift. There's no one to pay. Why Mahaprabhu tell about the inhabitants of Varanasi? Because a lot of them are Mayavad philosophers. They follow Shankara, they follow Tantra, Yantra, Shmantra, and they're amazing. But they cannot understand the pure love of Krishna. Although they're blessed. See, remember, it's not like this. So Mahaprabhu telling, I brought the most valuable product. I have to give dumping price, super sale, Black Friday. Then Mahaprabhu coming and dancing in Varanasi, not mixing with all these Mayavadi sannyasis. And finally, Prakashananda Saraswati, they're inviting Mahaprabhu. Not to their place, to, a devotee place where they're giving prasadam. And they're giving a little program like we do. And Mahaprabhu coming and showing his jyoti, he's showing his Param Brahman. Like, what they aspiring for, he's showing I am that and beyond that. And eventually Mahaprabhu turning them to Vaishnavas. But what is he telling? These are most qualified people of that time, but they don't have enough sukriti to become devotees. So I will give them, in spite of what they want. They want all mukti, impersonal liberation, but I will give them highest devotion. Think of this, like Mahaprabhu doing things like this. Super sale, dumping, no price, just take it. Buy 3, 1 get for free. His whole thing is different. So we'll give you the Krishna consciousness the most amazing way. So anybody convinced? Anybody want to buy Krishna consciousness today? Haribol. Or you're still thinking? It's available on Amazon as a package of all the books of Prabhupada. Yes, same day. Right now. So it's been almost 3.5 hours of our preaching. Anybody has any comments? Any doubts, suggestions? Yeah, Kirtan is good. Are we competing with the Arati and Kirtan or not? Okay, then. See, we have Sudarshan Prabhu and the family, and
I got one suggestion. Hand out Jagannath Mahaprasad.
All right, so then good. See, that's come immediately once you have that. Once you have that inquiry for that thing, prasadam is coming too. But Sudarshan playing mridanga. Rupa, you distribute Jagannath Prasad here. But you know the difference between Mahaprasad and Jagannath Prasad? You don't know. Okay, let me explain to you. All right, so one time Narada, who was overwhelmed, Sudarshan, one last short story, because that's important. So one time Narada was overwhelmed with visiting Vaikuntha, and he inquired Lord Narayan, and Lord Narayan was very satisfied with Narad. And Lord Narayan said, what is it you want? So Narad Rishi said, I am coming here, please give me a little your Mahaprasadam. Then Lord Narayan said, there's nothing I can do. It is not in my charge. It is Lakshmi Devi department. So Lord Narayan told Narada, I'm sorry, I'm not in charge of my own prasadam, remnants. It's the Lakshmi. So Narada was very depressed, but Lakshmi caged him and said, my dear son, since you fulfill the desires of my Lord, I will give you a little Mahaprasad. So that little Mahaprasad from lips of Narayan, when Narada tasted, he went crazy, and he discovered himself on Kailas. So the Kailas is the abode of Lord Shiva, where Lord Shiva met him and said, why are you so crazy? Did you have any mushrooms? He said, no. Any DMT? No. LSD? No. I had more intoxicated substances, Mahaprasad of Narayan. He said, okay, let's do it. So they drop the prasadam and they're like, Haribol, dancing together. And that sound of kirtan caused Devi, Parvati, to come there and said, are you guys so intoxicated? What do you do? And they said, well, sorry, we dropped some prasadam. You have any for me? Oh, no, sorry, it was just like little piece with the two of us. So that time, Devi, she said, if I would have this opportunity, not only I would feed the whole world, then at that moment, Narayan appeared there with the whole difficult entourage, and he said, you're my expansion of my Yoga Maya. You are my Yoga Maya. You are actually your service to cheat everybody, like a mother giving the toys to the kids. But as you want to liberate the whole world, I'm promising you, I will come as Lord Jagannath and Puridam. And in my Jagannath temple, you will be tasting all the prasadam. That prasad will call Mahaprasad. So Mahaprasad of Jagannath temple is not a Jagannath prasad. After they giving to Jagannath, they bring in portion of that to Bimala Devi. And that Bimala Devi connected with our Gaudiya line because Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur name is Bimala Prasad. And so that blessing was that I come in Jagannath Puri in two ways, and Daru Brahmana and Mahaprabhu both. As Daru Brahmana, I will, by my glimpse, give the prasadam to everybody, but as Mahaprabhu, I will give the prasad of divine sound of Krishna consciousness. And so the Bimala Prasad is the prasad of the Bimala, which is Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who are eternally connected with these pastimes. So all the leelas, they link in one. So now we can do the kirtan. All right, Sudarshan Prabhu, if you please come. Please come. Now I have my kirtan band coming from Salt Lake City. Very cheap, very good quality. Come, please, grandmother, please come. I have my Russian. I have my Russian spy giving very good prasadam. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakto Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango. Nitai Gaurango Jaya Gaura Hari. Jaya Shachinandana Jaya Gaura Hari. Jaya Shachinandana Jaya Gaura Hari. Gadadhara Pranadhana Nadia Bihari. Hori Horaya Nama Krishna Yadovaya Namaha. Jadovaya Madovaya Keshivaya Namaha. Gopal Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudana. Giridhari Gopinata Modana Mohana. Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Chandra. Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Rupa Sanatan Bhakta Raghunatha. Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha. Chai Goshani Kori Charanavanda. Jaha Hoite Birgana Shobishta Puran. Hey Chai Goshani Jabe Braja Koilabasa. Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Kolila Prakasha. Anand bolo Hari Braja Vrindavan. Anand bolo Hari Braja Vrindavan. Shri Guru Vaishnava Padma Jariyaman. Shri Guru Vaishnava Padma Koriyasha. Harinam Sankirtan Kohe Narottamo Daso. Hari Haraya Nama Krishnaya Dhovaya Namaha. Jadovaya Madhovaya Keshivaya Namaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaura Hari, Jaya Gaura Hari. Gaura 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 Hari. Ajaya Shachinandana Gaura Hari. Jaya Shachinandana Gaura Hari. Jaya Shachinandana Gaura Hari. Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadovaya Namaha. Jadovaya Madhovaya Keshivaya Namaha. Haribol. Now you please. Now you go. Please take prasadam. The more you eat, the better you are. Too much. Actually, yesterday we had the incredible song circle. Unfortunately, we don't have fire here, which is the tent, but we should hear our devotees and chant together a beautiful Vaishnava song, especially when the association of Sudarshan and Rai Kishore and the team, because they're giving us, everything within Vaishnava songs. Acharya Maharaj never had time to study philosophy, but he always took the Vaishnava songbook and just chant the song and preach the meanings, because everything is in songs. So when we chant yesterday by the fire of desire, our Vaishnava songs, I felt like, wow, I'm home. Because everything within Vaishnava poetry, everything with the Vaishnava songs. We'll talk about things, but really, our misfortune, we don't understand the meaning of the songs. So we're basically like monkeys, just follow the tune. But, like somebody like Sudarshan, like doing this all life, he knows some meaning of the songs. And so, he's singing with the meaning. That's like, you see a lot of people, they're just singing songs, but they don't know what it is. But, still, even the mood of the song and the beat, it has a mystical power. But when you have the appreciation of those songs, that divine poetry, and the what is the song about the Guru Charana Padma or Mahaprabhu song. I love one song, Shri Gaurana Mandala Bhumi Jiva Jaga Chintamani. I like this. I like to Sankarshan to sing this song because this song feels to me like a joint, smoking joint. A smoking joint, something mundane. But the joint means from joy. That's what I mean. But this Vaishnava songs, each song's like a breath of life. So like a breath of spiritual life. So I make a joke, of course, but what I'm saying is like when you hear the songs to heart, you want to be connected with that.
What are we doing? Gauranga Dutipada.
This is a very deep song. If you know the meaning of that song, it blows your mind. Later, Sudarshan Prabhu will speak what is this song meaning.
Was that me?
Because these are songs of our gurus, not our songs. Our gurus could extract so much joy from the beautiful spiritual music. Keep them up.
Do we need that?
So this is Gauranga Dutipada. If anybody has a songbook, Gauranga Dutipada. It's on page, I don't know, like 134 or something like that. The song. Gauranga Dutipada. Jar dhana sampada
Gauranga Dutipada. Jar dhana sampada.
Gauranga Dutipada. Jar dhana sampada.
Gauranga Dutipada.
Jana bhakti rasa sar
se jane bhakti rasa sara
se jane bhakti rasa sara
se jane bhakti rasa sara
Gaurangera madhur leela jar karne praveshila
Gaurangera madhur leela jar karne praveshila
hridaya nirmala bhelo tar যে গৌরাঙ্গের নাম লয় তার হয় প্রেময়ুদয় যে গৌরাঙ্গের নাম লয় তার হয় প্রেময়ুদয় তারে মুই যায় বলে হারি
জয় বলি হারি
গৌরাঙ্গ গুণেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে স্ফুরে
গৌরাঙ্গ গুণেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে স্ফুরে
সে জানা ভকতি অধিকারী
se jana bhakti adhikari
se jan bhakti adhikari
se jana bhakti adhikari
গৌরাঙ্গের সঙ্গী গণে নিত্য Suta Pasa.
Jai Brajendra Shuta Pasha.
Shri Gaura Mandala Bhumi Jeva Jane Chintamani.
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 Hai Braja Bhume Vacha. Gaura Prema Rasarnave Tarange Devadube. Se Radha Madhava Yantaranga. Se Radha Madhava Yantaranga. Grihe Babonete Thake Hagorango Bole Dake. Grihe Babonete Thake Hagorango Bole Dake. Narottama Mage Tar Sanga. Dayal Gaura Hari, Dayal Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Dayal Gaura Hari, Dayal Gaura Hari, Dayal Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Dayal 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 Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Dayal Gaura. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Jai Shri Narottam Das Thakur ki.
Nice start. Translation, the meaning of that song.
I mean, we can read the translation. Actually, some beautiful benedictions by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. Anyone who has accepted the two lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya can understand the true essence of bhakti, devotional service. Whoever hears the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya, their heart will become pure. In one who takes the holy name of Gauranga, there is an awakening of love of Godhead. Such as, I mean, really, how sweet is that? How simple is that? In one who takes the holy name of Lord Gauranga, there is an awakening of love of Godhead. To such a person I say, Jai. Tare moi Jai boli hari. To translate Jai as bravo, excellent. I think Jai is a little bit better. If one appreciates the transcendental qualities of Lord Gauranga, the eternal pastimes manifest in their heart. Such a person has real bhakti adhikar, real devotional qualification. By considering the associates of Lord Gauranga to be eternally perfect, one can attain the association of Sri Krishna and Brajadham. Whoever considers the land of Lord Gauranga, Sri Navadip Dham, means Sri Gaura Mandala Bhumi. What Mara said, I want to hear that song. Sri Gaura Mandala Bhumi Jeva Jane Chintamani. Chintamani means land of transcendental touchstone. Transcendental touchstone means like whatever is in your consciousness, it will manifest like that. That person takes residence in Brajadham, Sri Vrindavan. Whoever considers the land of Lord Gauranga, Navadip Dham, to be the land of transcendental touchstone, that person takes residence in Brajadham, Sri Vrindavan. Whoever dives into the waves of the nectarian ocean of love of Lord Gauranga becomes an intimate associate of Sri Sri Radha Madhava. Griheva, whether one lives in a house or vanete, one just lives in a forest. If they chant, "O Lord Gauranga," Narottam Das begs to attain their association. Basically, whether one has a home or they're homeless. If they have a home or they're homeless, if they're chanting Gauranga, O Gauranga, Ha Gauranga, Ha is like a very beautiful expression in Bengali, has some pain in it, some sadness, some desperation. Ha Gauranga. Ha Gauranga bole dake, then if someone is saying that, if they have a home or they're homeless, I want to be in their association. That's what Narottam Das says. Jai Shri Narottam Das Thakur ki jai. Your call, Maharaj.
I think it's right, Kishore, if you chant Bhaja Orimana.
Okay.
That's the desperate person song. Desperado.
Page 155 if you have a song.
Sorry. I know. Oh, that's funny.
Point it towards the ground.
Bhaja hure mana Shri Nandana Abhaya Charanara Vindore You can sit next to me if you want to. Durlabha Manava Janama Satsange Janama Satsange Durlabha Manava Janama Satsange Durlabha Manava Janama Dara hoye baba sindore
What's your song? What's your favorite song?
Let's do Jai Radha.
Okay, let's do it.
Jai Radha, Jai Krishna, Jai Radha.
Okay.
Shri Govinda Das Kaviraj ki.
Jai. All right, you chant. Get the mic. Let her chant. Which tune you listen? Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinath, Murana Mohan.
Or the.
And that's like a long style. If you want to
We can
like
do
a
that.
Kirtan style,
Well,
whatever,
like
you
half and
pick
half.
up your
We can do-
style.
You could do half and half.
Oh, why do
You
you
start
do
slow and then
We
do the
just
fast.
switched the tune.
Oh, so you just like.
Yeah, so you go Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan.
Right.
And then it goes. Ishigata Vangshivata Dvadasakana.
Oh, you just speed it up.
Yeah, you can mix it.
You start slow and then go.
Okay, sounds good. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohan. Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan. Kalindi Yamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan. Kishigata Vamshivata Gada Sakanan. Sabalila Koilo Srinanda Nandan.
Nand Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan. Oh Shri Nanda Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan. Shri Damadi Jaya Jaya Dhenu Vatsagan. Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtida Sundari. Jaya Punamasi Jaya Abhiranagari. Jaya Jaya Gopeshwara Vrindavana Maj. Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Batu Dijara. Oh Jaya Rama Gata Jaya Rohini Nandan. Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Vasi Jata Jan. Jaya Dvija Patni Jaya Naga Kanyagan.
take over the old people's business. Turn the Kirtan live. You should be doing the Haribo. I just want to say how much grateful I am to our devotees to participate in this amazing Kirtan experience, I would say, immersive experience, merge into Kirtan. And I remember always like Sudarshan Prabhu is like his young age running around in dhoti with mridanga and playing different mantras, and Rai Kishori is singing. And now we have the next generation of devotees that taken over. And we want more and more of youth and young devotees to continue that line. It's glorious and make it more amazing, because what we're doing is like we're doing what we can, but every generation has its own war. So you have to start your own war with Maya and start your own journey towards the Krishna consciousness and your own struggle and your own failure and success. And, with the blessings and help of others. So when Narottam Das Thakur came, that time Mahaprabhu already left the world, and all the associates of Mahaprabhu thought, this is it, this is done, this is finished. But when they saw Narottam Das Thakur, and he started first Navadvip Dham Parikrama, and actually first Vaishnava festival started by Narottam Das Thakur, all Janavadevi, all the devotees who remained from Mahaprabhu, they saw at that point that Narottam Das Thakur dancing with Panchatattva. In his kirtan, they saw Panchatattva reappear in divine dance. Then they were so pleased. They said, okay, it's not over yet. It's maybe over for us, but it's eternal, it's divine, it's going on, and it will go on and will continue. And that is a beautiful idea, that it's not just Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Kolila Prakash, it's coming, but to the heart of devotees. So I'm so pleased and see all devotees as like a family, our motherly and fatherly, affectionate senior devotees, and our youth. Also amazing to see how many kids and grandkids we have, and our tribe is surviving, and we're moving on. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you so much. And so would we chant again or more, or we take prasadam as always?
We can chant, but unplug it because of neighbors.
Okay. So let's just go eat prasadam. That's like always the best part. This is no-brainer. Easy to follow. Hard to digest. Last night we came from very cold. I had a hot soup from Bimal Devi. It was amazing. It was amazing wake up, and so I hope today we get something hot as well, because a little cold here. We've been here for several hours. But so let's continue this tomorrow, and I want to thank everybody, and Sudarshan and family, and all the Kirtan supporters, and Jagannatha Prabhu is coming with big cartels as always, and our eternal producer who's been watching us, and hopefully one day sell the tickets and sign us. Haribol, Haribol. Okay, guys, let's do it. It's very cold out here.
The cold cartel.
Stairs there, Maharaj.
It's 5 hours.